Mr. Madlanga communicated with us that he was withdrawing this same application.
Okay, so it was removed from the roll on the 24th for lack of urgency, and then it was later withdrawn entirely.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And so is there anything further to say about that application before we move off it?
Yes, maybe Commissioners to add that before the sitting or before the matter set on the 24th, I had met with the former Minister of Police, General Cele, who informed me that he had been approached by Mr. Madlanga, informing him that Lieutenant General Sibia advised him, Madlanga, to submit or to write an affidavit and he also drafted such affidavit on behalf of Mr. Madlanga to open a false case against myself and my members that we had stolen the watches and a MacBook, which then proved that what we saw on the founding affidavit that he had submitted to include these 3 items that were not confiscated, it confirmed that indeed it was true, the information that I got from the former minister.
So you say you met with the former minister. On what day did you meet with him?
It was on the 23rd of December, if I'm not mistaken.
And where did you meet him?
In Pretoria.
And so this was the information that he provided to you?
Yes, that he provided to me, which was corroborating the information that we had seen in the founding affidavit that he had filed before the 23rd. That in the items that he was demanding to be returned, he had included these 3 other items that were not part of what was confiscated by the team. But the affidavit that he was expected now to compile was for him to open a criminal case for the missing of these items, of which then he confirmed to the minister that that was not the case. Those items were not taken by the team, and also he even indicated that he was still wearing the same Rolex watch that he was influenced to claim that it has been stolen.
So the meeting with the minister took place on the 23rd of December. Do you know when the meeting, did the minister tell you when he met with Mr. Madlanga? On what?
No, he did not tell me as to when and where their meeting took place.
Okay, so after the 6th of December operation with the questioning of Mr. Madlanga, there was then a second event, which is your team arriving at his offices on the 18th and 19th of December. We saw this when you first testified before the commission, the video clips of the team arriving at Mr. Madlanga's office. Can you just remind the commission what that was about?
Thank you. Commissioners, as I've indicated that during the operation on the 6th, there were suspicious activities around the control of the firearms. Hence, we seized the 5 firearms that were present that day. We had to make an arrangement with him for the complete compliance inspection of all his firearms, which was then set and agreed between the team and himself to take place on the 18th of December. But then it did not continue. The team did arrive, but then it did not continue because the responsible person who must be present, the responsible person according to the Act is someone that is appointed by the security company owner to be responsible for the control and management of firearms. So that individual was not available on that day, the 18th. Hence, then the compliance inspection was rescheduled for the following day, the 19th of December. And indeed, the team went back on the 19th, and the compliance inspection then was successfully conducted.
And were firearms seized
Yes.
during this inspection?
Yes, 18 more firearms then were seized for ballistic testing and the furtherance of the investigation of the inquiry that was registered.
Was anything else seized during this operation?
No, on the 19th, it was only these outstanding 18 firearms.
And were those then returned?
Yes, the firearms were returned to Mr. Madlanga on the 27th of December.
And is there anything more to be said about the firearms? When you sent it for ballistic testing, was there anything of import?
Yeah. No, the investigation is still ongoing in terms of ballistic analysis. The cases that will need to compare with the samples from the firearms, or then we allow the IBIS system then to assist us in identifying the links. So that investigation is still ongoing.
Okay, and then we know that from there, what happened next, at least from your involvement, was the arrest of Mr. Madlanga on the 14th of May. Is that right?
It's right. The investigation continued on other cases that the team had identified that were linking Mr. Madlanga. The investigation continued then for the rest of January and up to February, and then around March, April, the team then was ready then to enroll some of those cases, and then there were discussions that took longer than we expected to finalize then the issuance of warrants of arrest.
Discussions with whom?
With the National Prosecuting Authority.
And after those discussions, you finalized the warrant?
We did then get the warrant of arrest.
In May? Only in May?
Only in May, yes.
And then on the arrest on 14 May 2025, that's when you seized the cell phones that became the evidence of the chats that we've led before this commission. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
The WhatsApp chats, yeah. Thank you. General Khumalo, can we then turn now to Part C of your statement?
Advocate Azim, before you turn to Part C, I just want to deal with the chronology up to the end of December. I understood from evidence led by other witnesses, presented by other witnesses, that there was an attempt to open a criminal case against you, first in Pretoria and then in Soweto, but both were unsuccessful. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. I'm aware of that. It is linked with the same information that I've provided, an attempt to open the case, the false case, then with regards to the missing watches during the raid. Well, one can say from our side and also Mr. Matlala's was really not a festive period. We were very busy from the 6th of December, one can say up until the 31st of December. So for the whole month, looking at the engagements, investigations and operations and compliance inspections that we were busy with during the month of December. And then on the other side, lots of attempts also from his side to approach the High Court with the interdict, an attempt to open those cases against myself and the team. So both sides were very busy during the month of December. Unfortunately or coincidentally, then the month of December ended with the disbandment letter of the very same busy month ended with the disbandment letter on the last day of December.
General, do you know if statements were taken in either the Pretoria police station or the Soweto police station relating to the criminal case that they wanted to bring against you?
One cannot be 100% sure, Commissioner, whether statements were indeed taken, starting with the information from the former minister that there was a draft statement that was provided, but then of which, according to Mr. Matlala, he did not continue with the plan. But we have since picked up from the WhatsApp chats analysis that we did after May that another institution that was approached with an attempt to register cases is the IPID, where there were communication about them needing a very strong person, a fearless person from IPID who can open the case. So the evidence that we have, there were attempts, but they were struggling with the finalization of that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so let's turn to Part C then. And we'll begin at paragraph 130. No, we won't. Before we begin with paragraph 134 and 135, which deals with from 7 January onwards and the events that involved you from 7 January. Can we begin with the letter of 31st December? And you will find the letter in the annexure bundle at SDK 24. And it's page 203. Do you have it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Right. So we've seen this letter several times before in the commission, but we haven't heard you speak about the letter. And what the Commission has heard quite a lot about is particularly paragraph 3 of the letter dealing with the disbandment of the PKTT. But I'd like you to start with paragraph 1, the first instruction from the minister. And that is about the filling of posts in the intelligence division. And it's a very specific instruction, and you are the head of crime intelligence, so this would have affected you, right?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. Although the letter was not addressed to me as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, but then 2 of the issues that are raised in the letter had direct link with my positions of firstly being the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence as well as the project leader of PKTT. Then maybe to steal this moment for a few seconds before then I get to the question by the SC. It is the 31st of December. The letter, we see it circulating on the social media, I think from the afternoon of the 1st, which is the happiest day of the year. Everybody is in a jovial mood. Then from my personal perspective, it was indeed not the Happy New Year's Day, because I had to expect or receive calls from more than 110 people that I thought I am their leader, asking me one and the same question, all of them. Unfortunately, I could not answer any of those people that were asking what's happening, because in normal situation they will expect any communication affecting them to come via myself or my office. But this time around, this letter just started to trend, and then and also the language used. Most of them were worried about the language used to say, how can we sacrifice and leave our families for 6 to 7 years, and then we are told that we are valueless, and all other words that were there. I'm just touching on that maybe because I have this platform to raise it. No one has asked me as an individual as to how I felt about the letter itself, but I did not feel right. That's why after I realized that I'm not enjoying the 1st of January like everybody else, I think in the afternoon I had to request Lieutenant General Mkwanazi to bring the team together and try to also him to explain something that he does not understand. The only thing that he could do was to motivate the team and tell the team that they must continue doing what they are there for. The rest then will be dealt with by the National Commissioner. But indeed, Commissioners, it was not a Happy New Year's Day because of the letter. Going to the question.
So before you go to my first question, let me just interpose this. Judging by your answer, you were not consulted about the decision to disband the PKTT.
I had never been given an opportunity to brief the ministry. I've never received any complaints or signs of unhappiness. Was never consulted when the letter then was drafted and finalized. It came as a surprise even to myself.
We will come to that aspect of the third instruction, the disbandment of the task team, but for now, on the first instruction, obviously you hadn't been consulted on that either, correct?
That is correct, Commissioners. That is why I should think that the only person, according to me, my view, the only person who can understand the letter is the writer himself. All of us that are reading the letter, I've tried to read it more than 10 or maybe 50 times, trying to make sense and understand, but one is failing to understand each and every paragraph, even the words, the choice of words. But going to the first one, because it touches my environment, one had to try and understand as to what might have led to this decision. One can say the only possible reason for now will be during 2024, the division had advertised 2 batches of senior management posts that included provincial heads of crime intelligence, as well as the other section heads at head office level. So on both occasions, as we follow the process, once the Human Resource Management Division of SAPS approves your request for the post that you will want to advertise, they will then indeed advertise the post, and then they will receive applications. They will screen the applications and applicants, and then they will send to you those applications that they see that they meet the requirements. And then they will request you then to make a submission or a proposal for the panel. So on both occasions, or maybe let me start with the first batch. I did it on the first batch of posts. Then the line of communicating that proposal, I will send it to the immediate supervisor, the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, for his support of the proposed panel, who will then sign it off and process it further to the Division Human Resource Management for approval in consultation with the National Commissioner. So my proposal for the panel for the first batch then was not supported by the Deputy National Commissioner. Instead, then he proposed his own panel, of which then he had to do it in consultation with myself. And then I then did not agree with his set of panel, and then there was then that stalemate that now myself I'm proposing a certain panel, he is proposing another panel, then the Division Human Resource Management is not expecting to receive 2 sets of proposals. They have to get one proposed by myself, supported by immediate supervisor, so as they can approve it in consultation with the National Commissioner. So the process of filling those posts remains stagnant there. It did not move. And then another request was sent now for another batch of senior management posts. The same process happened. And then it also reached that point of stagnation. One, then, as I'm saying, this is my view. In my view, then, will be, before I get to my view, I had a discussion with the National Commissioner around this issue, of which then I maintained my position that the panel that I've put together is, according to me, as the accounting officer of the division, in terms of all the legal framework that is there governing then the existence of the division. My panel needs to be supported. And then that discussion then did not give the way forward. So the stalemate remained. So it is my view that then maybe the Lieutenant General Spear escalated that stalemate, that situation to the office of the ministry. Hence, then it informed the decision of halting the filling of posts, because the examples that are cited there, posts in provinces, including those of provincial heads of crime intelligence and currently available vacant posts, it refers to the posts that were vacant, that were supposed to be filled. That is my view as to why maybe that formed part of this letter.
Okay,
General, isn't there one accounting officer within SAPS who is the National Commissioner? I'm asking because you just referred to yourself as the accounting officer within your division.
Okay. Maybe then, thank you, Commissioner, maybe then is the choice of word giving myself the wrong title. It was referring to being responsible for all activities, the performance, the management of the division, instead of being an accounting officer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you mean to say responsible officer?
Yes.
General, ordinarily, if there's a disagreement between you and your immediate superior about how to proceed on matters, where does it get escalated to for resolution?
Yeah. The situation or the incident or this case, one has checked on all the prescripts and policies. It is maybe then an oversight, maybe because the drafters of the policy had not thought that it might happen in future in the department. So, and we also do not have any decided case. One will just think that because the approval is with the Divisional Commissioner of Human Resource Management, one will presume that in a situation like this, it is the Divisional Commissioner of Human Resource Management in consultation with the National Commissioner who must then take the two proposals and approve one, or they come up with their own, because the final word rests with them, the final decision.
Just, I was distracted and I didn't hear what you just said. The final decision rests with whom?
The Divisional Commissioner, Human Resource Management,
Okay.
in consultation with the National Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. So if that is the case, why was it not then resolved? Maybe take a step back. You said that those two batches remained stagnant. Why was it then not resolved by the Divisional Commissioner of Human Resources together with the National Commissioner? So why couldn't that stalemate be broken?
Thank you, Commissioners. Also, again, it is my view because of the timeline. As these unsuccessful processes were continuing, it was towards the end of the year. So hence then I said it is my view that maybe then my immediate supervisor escalated the matter to the ministry, hence it possibly informed decision or directive number 1 of the letter.
Thank you.
May I still on the topic? And before this letter of the 31st of December, were you informed or did you ever come to know that there was a difficulty or a problem about the filling of these vacancies? Were you ever told that?
Thank you, Commissioner. One was aware because after we understand the process that after you have submitted your proposal, after some weeks, then you expect then the approval of the panel. Now, hence I indicated that there was a first batch of posts. Now, the second batch is now advertised before even the first batch of posts is dealt with. So that was showing that there is a bottleneck. And then this second batch came in and joined the first batch, and then they both remained stagnant. Towards the end of the year, we had still not received the approval. Hence, then I formed that view on this directive.
But more specifically, were you ever informed that the minister has a difficulty with the filling of these posts that you were wanting to fill? Were you ever informed of that?
Not at all. I was not informed. Hence, Commissioners, I'm drawing inference, and I say it's my view. The only level that I was aware that it is informed of the situation is up to the National Commissioner's Office.
As matters stand, you don't know why the minister gave this instruction?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you were not consulted, but you were also not informed.
Yeah.
Were these posts then subsequently advertised and filled at any point?
Not yet.
So they remain
Vacant. They remain vacant. Also in the directive or the letter that those posts, they include provincial heads of crime intelligence that are currently vacant, which are, as we have 9 provinces, the vacant provincial heads posts are not less than 4. So between 4 and 5, one can confirm that. So if you have no leadership in close to 50% of your environment in the country, indeed, then you have a problem.
Thanks. Is there anything else you want to say regarding the first instruction on the posts?
No, I've said it all.
Okay.
Commissioners.
So the second instruction concerns ports of entry. And it's specifically a request that a new plan must be developed. Can you comment on this paragraph?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. At first glance, looking at the heading of the letter, a directive on matters relating to crime intelligence, yes, you you bring it closer home. And then the second one, ports of entry, you become a little bit confused because it is the responsibility of the division, visible policing and operations. And then going to the third part, it talks to the political killings task team. So reading the heading was then confusing a bit, because one will expect that when you draft a letter, the heading helps you to understand the content of the letter and the logic, so as then you are able to understand. But then this part, the inclusion of ports of entry, and of which I think it's the one that is more tabulated or explained in the letter, then one has had to go through it and try to understand. The directive is clear that it talks to the review as well as the review of the deployments in that particular environment, as well as the operational plans to deal with the threats that are being addressed at the point of entry. But it's worth mentioning that as a division, that is also part of the deployment in the ports of entry, as well as having a plan that we are implementing. One can safely indicate that we are happy with our current setup and also the plan itself. And we have seen a lot of improvement in that space when it comes to cross-border drug trafficking, more especially the cooperation that we have within SADC, as well as through Interpol and other country-to-country agreements with identified countries that we are working on drug trafficking. One can say, as a division, we do not see the need to review our plan in that space, because it is still effective. But then as and when the time comes for that review process now for the whole of SAPS, we will be part, and then, but we won't change our plan that is working. Instead, we will try to improve on it. That is what one can tell or comment on the second part of the directive.
General, you would agree with the minister when the former minister, when he says that the efficiency of the plan should be reviewed from time to time. Would you agree with that?
I'll agree, because in that environment, it's not the space that is dealt with by just in the space of a port of entry. So I'll agree on that reason.
And do those reviews take place by an interdepartmental body?
Looking at the directive, it was talking to those reviews taking place at the beginning of the year, but one has not been appraised or invited or informed of the reviews then that they had started.
I'm just saying, as a matter of course, those reviews would take place by the interdepartmental, some structure. Is that what would normally happen?
What normally happens, it's not like review or interdepartmental review. All the departments that are occupying the space, they have clear defined roles, which needs then to be coordinated in terms of activities, as it's stated in that paragraph, that the main stakeholder now in that space is the newly established Border Management Authority that is supposed to be leading even the interdepartmental review. Although all of us, we are playing our roles, but then that is the PMA that is expected under normal circumstances to coordinate the activities, including maybe the need to review.
And were you aware of any challenges that needed to be addressed from an SAPS perspective?
No, hence I limited, Commissioners, my comment on our environment, because as stakeholders, we also have our role and responsibility, and we have the deployment in the space, and we are operating. So as the division, we are implementing our plan, we are monitoring our activities, and up until now, we were still satisfied with our plan that is in place, as well as our performance.
Thank you. One of the instructions in that paragraph 2 is that in the development of a new plan that the former minister was requesting, he said it should include a comprehensive operational and remedial action plan based on a policy of rotation of staff members, among others, which suggests that there might have been an issue regarding the rotation of staff members. Are you aware of this?
Thank you, Commissioners. I am aware, because because of my previous deployments. As I introduced myself, I referred to myself as an all-rounder or a complete police officer who has been everywhere within SAPS. I spent a lot of years within the division Visible Policing and Operations. By then, it was separated. I was within the Operational Response Services, where I was coordinating operations, and the deployment in the port of entry was a part of our responsibility as a division. So this was something that in other ports of entry we have the rotation, the month-to-month deployment, so as then we avoid weaknesses that are coming along with a person who's permanently in the border environment. Then so there will always be discussions. Now I'm referring to my previous life, hence then I want to be clear that there will be those discussions, that the same needs then to happen at all other ports of entry, so as then we avoid the challenges that are related to integrity issues when you have a permanent deployment.
Okay. But as you understood it as at 31st December 2024, you weren't aware of challenges in this regard?
No, I'm not. I was
You
not
weren't
aware.
informed of any of these
No.
challenges?
No, commissioners.
Okay. So anything else you wish to say on paragraph 2?
No, that is.
Okay. So we can go to paragraph 3 then, which is the heading Political Killings Task Team. And I want to first confirm that you have been involved with the PKTT from its inception. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And when was that from?
From July 2018.
From July 2018.
Yes.
And in this letter, the former minister refers to the formation of an interministerial task force. And you confirm that the PKTT was that interministerial task force.
The terms and choice of words sometimes used in the letter, they are confusing, and sometimes they talk to maybe not from a well-informed part, because we do not have a task force. We don't use that language in whatever processes and activities with regard to PKTT. But we do have the interministerial committee that we have referred to it in most of the time, even during this commission.
General, there are witnesses who have referred to the National Task Team, referring to the PKTT.
Yeah.
Would that characterization be correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. The choice of adding N at the beginning, again, will be maybe an individual choice. Why I say so, because from us that started the whole thing, our understanding is within SAPS there are lots of task teams within SAPS. A district commissioner might decide to establish his district task team for a specific purpose, the same as the provincial commissioner, the same as the national commissioner. That is then the task team. And then the political killings task team was established by the national commissioner, the political killings task team. Now, the choice of using N might come when then we talk of an interdepartmental, because on my previous testimony, I tried my best to explain the route that we took to get to where we are. To say when when we moved from SAPS only task team to interdepartmental, that's when then the national departments came in. So the choice of using N, of adding N, might come if then you want to understand that interdepartmental part of the PKTT.
So, thank you, Commissioner. It was a national task team in the sense that it was set up at by the national executive. Would that be right to describe it in that way?
Yes, it can be right.
And Okay, so it was established by the National Executive, and it was funded from the national budget, not from the provincial budget. Is that right?
Yes, it was established by the National Commissioner. There is an N there of National Commissioner. It's funded from the national budget. There is an N there. Then the part that I was explaining was the one that talks to it now being guided and overseen at national level, starting with the interministerial to the directors general of the national departments. So hence then I say the choice of adding N, unless if it's meant to confuse, but if it is meant to explain, one can explain it like that.
Thank you.
So national task team is not descriptive enough, especially if you say there are several task teams at various levels. So national task team could be any national task team. So that's not descriptive enough, whereas PKTT is descriptive.
Yeah, as we speak now, according to my limited information, we have 2 more national task teams that are running in the northern part of KZN, as well as one in the Western Cape.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. So then to go back to what you were just saying, the Interministerial Committee that you say had this overall view on the work of the task team, is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Chair, we've been able to obtain the minutes of the Interministerial Committee and to have them declassified. May I ask leave to submit them formally for the record as an exhibit bundle? And the exhibits number from CJC 8 all the way to CJC 17.
File 1.
File 1 exhibits bundle. And if I could ask the witness and the commissioners to turn to that bundle now. CJC 8, commissioners, is the confirmation of receipt of the request for the declassification. And CJC 9 is the letter from the authority that was required to declassify the minutes, which is the presidency, confirming the declassification and attaching the minutes. So if we could please turn to CJC 10. That's where the minutes begin, and it's at page 4 of that bundle. General Khumalo, that set of minutes is dated 21 May 2018. Do you have it?
Yes, Commissioners.
Is this the first meeting of the Interministerial Committee?
Yes, Commissioners, that is correct. It's the first meeting that was convened after the establishment of the IMC, which took place on the 21st of May 2018.
So, in other words, immediately upon its establishment, a meeting was held?
Yes, Commissioner.
And if you turn to page 5 of the bundle, which is page 2 of the minutes, can you confirm who was in attendance?
Thank you, Commissioners. I can confirm that in attendance was the Minister of Police, Minister Bicele, the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Minister N. Mapisa-Ngagula, and the Minister of Justice, Constitutional Development and Correctional Services, which has combined by then, Minister T. Masuta, the Minister of State Security, Minister D. Litsatsi Duba, the Premier of KZN by then, Mr. Premier Mchunu, and the Member of Executive Council of KZN, Mr. Kaunda, who was the MEC of Transport, Community Safety and Liaison.
Just for clarification, do you confirm that the Premier at this time, Premier Mchunu, is not, it's not, and we don't want to confuse this person with Premier, with former Minister Mchunu?
Yes, I can confirm that this was Premier Willis, as is normally referred to, Mchunu.
Thank you.
Not the current Minister of Police.
Ms. Hassan, maybe for correctness, there is the mistake that is repeated of referring to Minister Mchunu as the former minister. He's not former minister, at least not yet.
I take the correction, Commissioner Baloy. Okay, so these were the, this is what made up, these were the heads of the Interministerial Committee, is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So these departments then and ministries continued to have involvement in the oversight of the PKTT throughout its existence. Would that be correct?
That will be correct, as directed and established by the President.
Thank you. So we don't need to go to it in exhaustive detail, but just so that we can get the main aspects of these minutes. The first serious presentation was a political presentation by the Premier. Is that right? And that's on page 6 of this bundle.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And in that presentation, if we look at the second bullet, the minutes state that a task team was established in 2011 to find the causes of the political killings. What task team was that?
Although one was not part of the meet, was the then provincial task team of the police that was dealing with political related cases. So if the reference here on this second bullet is made towards the now political killings task team, then one will say the Premier meant then the provincial team that was in place by then.
Okay. I should have asked you when we were confirming the attendance whether you were in attendance at this meeting.
Although there is no, I don't see the attendance list, but I was still not part of the now PKTT in May I only became part around June when we were then brought in to start compiling the new strategy and the plan that was going to be implemented from July onwards. But why then I say, commissioners, that one would have to rely on the attendance register? It's because it was during the period, one is not having the dates. It was during the period when I was either deployed as a brigadier in the province together with the then acting provincial commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, as he testified, or because as a brigadier, my main responsibility was on national intervention operations. So every time there is an IMC, there is a national intervention that is directed, I will then be expected to be part because it's my line function. Hence, then confirming that I might have been part of this meeting either because I was deployed in KZN or because of my line function at national level. But in terms of being involved in the form of the PKTT now, I was not yet.
No, I accept that. But so are you saying you do not remember whether you were at this meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And that if you were at the meeting, it would have been for whatever your role was. You were not at that point involved in the PKTT.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't remember. That's fine. So the point of the bullet 2 is that there was a provincial task team within SAPS to deal with political related killings.
That's correct.
Okay. So if you turn over the page to page 7, there's then a presentation by Major General Qiliza. And it's entitled Progress Report on Political Related Killings to the Minister of Police. So it would have been Major General Qiliza then who would have been responsible for that provincial task team, is that right?
The minutes suggest that because he's the one who presented the progress report on political related killings to the ministers on that day.
Okay, so if we go then to we see there was a second presentation by Minister Qiliza as well. And we see that on page, I think that was page 7. That was his report. And then there is there's a second presentation on page 11. At item 2.3.1, do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
And in that report, there's a list of cases, those that are finalized, those dockets that are ready for trial, et cetera, et cetera. Are those the political related dockets that were being handled by the team at the time, the provincial team?
On the report, on the minutes, where these reports were presented, it won't be easy for one to clearly distinguish between the two presentations, because the first presentation by Major General Qiliza refers to an overview of political violence related cases, and then from 2011, 2012, 2016, and then given the stats and the status of those cases. And again, under 2.3.1, another presentation by Major General Chidiza again, now with the title Matters Involving Politicians. So it's not easy, especially as I've explained, that I was still not part of the process as to what is the difference between the two presentations on the day.
Okay. So if we go to page 13, we see that there was a discussion following the presentations, and the ministers listed a series of concerns. I'm not going to read through all of these concerns, but would it be correct to say that one of the concerns raised by the ministers was that the political killings in the province was escalating?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And could you just read out the first two bullet points of the decisions on page 14?
On page 14, under the heading Decisions, the meeting resolved that the task team coordinate its work and minimize working in isolation to each other. Then bullet 2, the task team should have purpose, objectives, role and responsibilities, as well as the frequency of meetings, in brackets, terms of reference.
And the third bullet
On page 15.
on page 15?
The
The first bullet on page 15.
The first bullet on page 15, the task team should develop an investigation and prosecuting strategy that will mitigate all the risk factors associated with the investigation and prosecution, such as...
Pause
the list.
there, and then there's a list.
Yes.
Now, this investigation and prosecution strategy, is that the strategy that you began to develop when you became involved in June?
That is correct, Commissioners. It's one of the recommendations that we had to attend to as we came in June.
Okay, thank you. And then if you turn over to page 16, there is a presentation made by the NPA, Advocate S. Abrahams. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
And then there is a further set of discussion and decisions by the IMC, which is recorded at page 17. Can you just read out for the record the two bullets that contain the discussion and decisions?
The second discussions and decisions on page 17 of the minutes, the first one, ministers expressed similar concerns that NPA is providing statistics which are conflicting the statistics which were presented by SAPS detectives team, and this is attributed to the fact that the task team members are working in isolation, in brackets, no coordination. The second decision, a dedicated team of prosecutors should be part of the task team to guide the investigation team in order to improve the quality of cases put on trial and improve the conviction rate.
Do you have any comment on those decisions?
Thank you, Commissioners. Indeed, the decisions were pointing towards real challenges that was facing this task team, this provincial task team, the lack of coordination was demonstrated by the fact that within one meeting, there are 3 different task team reports that are presented, which shows that there is no coordination of both activities and accountability, which then one will say the interministerial committee were not wrong in their findings, as well as recommendations as to what needs to be corrected.
Thank you. So then if we go to the next set of minutes, which is CJC 11, the date of this meeting is 12 June 2018. So this is the second meeting, 1 month later, of the IMC.
Yes, Commissioners.
And were you present at this meeting?
Yes, Commissioners, I was present.
So at this meeting, we see the attendance and adoption of agenda, etc. What I would like to turn to is page 22. And there we see a briefing by the acting KZN Provincial Commissioner. And this was Lieutenant General Nkunazi, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And what was the gist of his presentation or his briefing? It's a lengthy briefing, so I don't want you to go into the detail. But if you recall the gist of it, can you explain to the Commissioners?
Thank you, Commissioners. The gist of the presentation by the acting Provincial Commissioner by then was first the fact that they were the new team was not the new team. The plan to establish the new team had started. So he referred to the number of dockets that had been collected and analyzed already, and also referred to the investigation and prosecution plan on page 25 that had already been provisionally approved by the National Commissioner pending the endorsement by the IMC. That was the most critical issues, and also he reflected on the issue that the strategy and the investigation plan will be given a full budget and resources from national level, and then the team will be restructured. So he was announcing to the IMC, looking at the challenges identified on the previous meeting. So he was attending to most of them with the plan that was in place as to how all those weaknesses were going to be attended to.
And the conclusion then was the proposal that was made by the National Commissioner at the time, and that's on page 25. So it was the restructuring and a development of this strategy or investigation action plan. If we turn over the page, the last bullet of the proposal by the National Commissioner, which was National Commissioner Sitole at the time, is that the task team will be reinforced by a team of tactical intelligence and strategic intelligence. Why was that necessary?
The National Commissioner was proposing his structure at national level that was going to oversee, because if we start from the previous page, he is talking of the last bullet on page 25, when the National Commissioner said, as part of monitoring and overseeing the task team, Lieutenant General Libya and Lieutenant General Tsumane, who was the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection by then, will be responsible for that task of overseeing the team. So he was briefing the IMC that the oversight will be at national level. Yes, the team will be operating in the province. Hence, then on the next page 26, the point there, he was stressing, because intelligence capability is a national competency. They are not the responsibility of a district, a provincial, or a provincial commissioner. So the National Commissioner was bringing in the then Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence to be part of the overseeing team at national level.
Thank you. So we can then conclude these minutes with reference to the resolutions that were adopted on page 27. There are several aspects of these resolutions that speak to the work of the PKTT going forward. The first I'd like to refer you to is the second bullet, that the investigation strategy and prosecution should have a cost or budget, targets, and timeframes. Did that take place? Was that strategy costed and budgeted?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners.
And was that subject to constant review?
Yes, Commissioners, I'm not.
The second is that the task team is to be restructured and reinforced by additional 13 investigators from other provinces. Did that take place?
It did take place, Commissioners, and the number of investigators kept on increasing as the number of cases allocated to the team were also increasing.
And for the record, you are reading from bullet number 4, Ms. Hasim.
Bullet number 4.
Thank
you,
you.
Chair. And then bullet number 5 is, reads as follows. The revised structure of the task team and the strategy with the budget should be presented, to read it as it is, presented to Minister of Police by 15 June 2018. Was that done?
It was done if we are going to go to the minutes of the next IMC, we'll see that.
It was presented in the next
In the
IMC
next
meeting.
IMC meeting.
Okay. And then the sixth bullet is that as part of monitoring and oversee the task team, General Libya and General Tsumane will be responsible for such task.
Yeah.
Was that, were they responsible, and did that in fact take place?
Yes, indeed. The General Libya was the chairperson of the National Steering Committee, which was made up then of General Jacobs of Crime Intelligence, General Tsumane of the DNC by then of detection, as well as other DDGs from other national government departments like NPA and State Security.
Thank you. So then that would, one more item just to confirm, and that is the third bullet from the bottom, but the last sentence, a dedicated team of prosecutors should be part of the task team to guide the investigation team in order to improve the quality of cases put on trial and improve the conviction rate. Did that take place? Was a dedicated team of prosecutors assigned to the PKTT?
Yes, Commissioners, it did take place as we were progressing with the implementation of the plan.
Thank you.
Sorry, General, in that second bullet point, where it reads investigation strategy and prosecution should have cost, budget targets, and time frames. The time frames referred to here, where it says there must be time frames, what are these time frames for? Is it the life of the task team, or is it the time frames for targets?
Our interpretation was it's the time frames of the targets because we were presenting the strategy and the plan that will talk to the turnaround time on investigation, turnaround time on prosecution. Hence, then other recommendations moving forward were talking to the issues of dedicated courts, so as then the time frame is not affected.
Can I just get clarity? In the first meeting, we've looked at the minutes. One of the recommendations is that the Department of Correctional Services must form part of the task team. Was that recommendation implemented, as far as you are aware?
As we were presenting the new strategy, it was exactly like that. It was the interdepartmental multidisciplinary task team where SAPS and NPA are playing a leading role, supported by state security, correctional services, then, and the Department of Justice.
So the task team was not just about investigating political killings. It was also about ensuring that they are successfully prosecuted. And once people are successfully prosecuted, those that are found guilty are incarcerated. And that would be Correctional Services' role.
That is 100% correct, Commissioner. One of the noteworthy contributions of the Department or of Correctional Services, excuse me, was to dedicate the Kokstad prison as the PKTT prison, where we will keep our most dangerous prisoners.
Was that in fact the case?
It was, and it's still the case, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the third set of minutes then is CJC 12, and it's dated 3 August 2018. So this is the third meeting now of the IMC in 2018. Are you there?
Yes, Commissioners.
Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was present.
And it was chaired again by Minister Cele at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
The important aspect of this minute is the item 2.2 on page 31. If we can begin there, it begins at that point. And is it correct that this was it began with a presentation by the National Commissioner, who confirms that the approach of the task team was changed? The composition was revised and new members were added. That's the third line from the bottom on page 31. Was that the confirmation that was provided by the National Commissioner at the time.
That is correct, Commissioners. If we compare with the previous IMC, where the National Commissioner gave lots of promises of what will be happening, because it was the meeting where the investigation and prosecution strategy was presented. And there were then issues that were raised by IMC that like budget and the resources. So the team then was officially on the ground on the from the 18th of July. So this we can say is the first official IMC where they were expecting to get feedback on the performance of the newly established task team from July, because this was August. So indeed, the points that were raised by the National Commissioner were talking to the decisions that were taken on the previous meeting. Hence, the first one is confirming that the task team was changed, reconfigured, and the composition was revised with additional members added on the team.
Thank you. Chair, it's 11 o'clock.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:15.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Ms. Hassim, before you proceed, let me ask this one. General, at that page 31, paragraph 2.1, in the third line, in fact, this is where the chairperson indicates the history of this team after the president visited the province. And then in the third line, it says to urgently attend and solve all high-profile cases and the ongoing political killings. Where it refers to all high-profile cases, what was contemplated there? That's at page 31.
Thank you, Commissioners. According to our interpretation, the high-profile cases will refer to, because the criteria of allocating a political related case will have a list of categories, with the last category being a political activist, a member of the political party. And then the high profiles, according to us, are those political figures that are office bearers and those that are also serving in local government especially. That was our understanding of high profile.
Thank you, Commissioners. So just after 2.1 is 2.2, and it's the briefing by the National Commissioner, the first one which we just dealt with, about the approach of the task team. And then if you turn over the page, there is a presentation that is made by the Acting Provincial Commissioner. And it begins with the introduction. And then the first heading is operational coordination, and it speaks about the joint operational centers. Is it correct to say that the description here under this heading is what you've presented to the Commission when you testified when you were here before?
Commissioners, can I be reminded on the CJC number?
It's page 31, and it's CJC, I've forgotten. 12. Page 31.
Yes.
Okay, so 31 was where we had ended off. And then, 32 is now the presentation by the Acting Provincial Commissioner. The second heading is operational coordination. And I just wanted to confirm with you whether what is presented here is the same as what you presented to the Commission when you testified earlier.
That is correct, Commissioners. I can confirm these were accountability levels and structures that were set up and were then part of the briefing of the IMC, starting with the tactical joint operational centers that I referred to as 4 of them that were established, that were meeting and accounting on daily basis to the mission area, right up to the National Steering Committee.
Thank you. That then is described fully, and then the next thing I'd like you to turn to is page 34, where the Acting Provincial Commissioner at the time described composition of the team. Is this now in terms of the revised structure?
Yes, Commissioners, that was in terms of the revised structure and the command and control as was presented previously. Looking at the mission area joint operational center, the first box on the left, the task team leader referred to as Major General Ramatswele, as we have presented before, and the project manager referred to as the then Brigadier Kumalo, which is myself, and then other tactical commanders for different disciplines, and those 4 operational teams below that were implemented.
Thanks. And then page 36, which deals with the table of case dockets. Is this presentation an analysis of the dockets that were within the control of the task team at the time?
That is correct, Commissioners. At the initial stages of the task team, we had to indicate the cases that were presented during the previous IM. We can show the additional cases in that page or slide. We were reflecting that on the previous report, the cases allocated to the team were 98, but then during this meeting, there were now 126.
Thank you. And then if we go to the end of these minutes, that's page 41. Item 2.4, the resolutions. Just before we go to the resolutions, is there anything more to be said about the discussion? Were there any, was the approach, let me put it this way, was the approach that was being presented by the Acting Provisional Commissioner supported by the members of the IMC?
Yeah, maybe one can sum up the response to that answer by referring to page 40 under the comments by the chairperson, the last bullet from the second bullet from last, which reads, the minister praised the task team and encouraged them to put more effort so that a message is sent that there are consequences for breaking the law. So those were sentiments that were shared by the IMC during this initial meeting of the new team that was put in place.
Thank you. And then finally, the resolutions. The first bullet point is for the task team to provide a progress report. Did the task team do so on that 126 cases?
Yes, those are 126 cases that were reflected during this meeting. So the resolution was on the next meeting, the team is expected then to give a progress report on each and every one of those cases. Also, 81 of them that were still under investigation.
So there was a continuing report on these cases to the IMC, is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. That was the structure of all our accounting sessions. There will be a report on whatever that was reported during the previous meeting to show the progress.
Now, can you read the third bullet,
the third bullet under resolutions.
under resolutions.
The task team in the next meeting will provide progress report on the progress made on the following priority cases: Mr. Mchunu, the killing of Mr. Mchunu, Mr. Stole, and Mr. Spelling Mistake Makaka.
Why were these cases singled out?
As per my response to the question by Commissioner Baloyi, that the cases will be rated as high profile, depending then on the deceased. So these three, the first one is the one that was a reason for the establishment of the task team. This crime scene that was visited by the president, that is Mr. Kashana Mchunu, and Mr. Sitole was also another high-profile politician, as well as Mr. Makaka, who was the former ANC Youth League secretary.
Thank you. The next set of minutes, if we can go there, then is in page 42. That's CJC 13. And that's dated 13 September 2018. And were you present at this meeting, General Khumalo?
Yes, I was present, Commissioner.
And again, was it chaired by former Minister of Police, Cele?
That is correct.
And as similar with the structure of the previous minutes, we see on page 44, items 2.2 and 2.3, where the National Commissioner opens a briefing and then hands over to the acting Provincial Commissioner. Is this where the Provincial Commissioner then did the progress report on the cases as required in the previous minutes?
That is correct, Commissioners. As I explained on the coordination slide, that the meeting will take this format. What will happen in preparation for the IMC? We, at the level of PKTT, we will prepare the report and present it to the provincial steering committee chaired by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. And then as the national steering committee comes in a day before IMC, led by the national commissioner, then the provincial steering committee will then brief them. And then on the day of the IMC, it will take that order. The national commissioner will introduce the briefing note, and then the General Mkhwanazi will then present as briefed by the political killing task team at operational level. It was later on when then I joined the elite level, when then it was myself now who was briefing the IMC, not the provincial commission. By that time, I was still a brigadier. And brief but then after I became a major general, that's when then they allocated the responsibility to me to brief all the levels, the National Steering Committee as well as the IMC.
So this briefing is extremely detailed, and it goes all the way to page 56, in fact. And we don't need to go through the details, but I just want to confirm that this was a presentation that was made by the Provincial Commissioner with your assistance.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So if we turn to page 55 of the bundle, In the middle of the page, it says the need of fast-tracking ballistic and biology analysis. That paragraph, and then the following bullet points. Is it correct to say that at this point in time, so this meeting is now, September 2018, is this when the need was identified for expert analysts to be included in the team?
That is very correct, Commissioners. From our initial plan, we had planned the task team to have these expertise. But because it was a new thing in the SAPS, it took time for us to convince the commanders of those respective environments to allocate dedicated, initially as the KZN team was, and even now, the task team in the SAPS is established and formed by looking at what needs to be done. If it's an investigative task team, only detectives will be assigned to the team. So we were implementing our plan step by step by first indicating the challenge that we have, and then we'll put a request that if we can have this dedicated capacity. I have an example that I can cite on call data analyst, because we were utilizing DPCI call data analysts that are in Pretoria, and we are in KZN. They did come, and we celebrated that at last we have. Then they said, no, we are here to pick up the discs and go back to Pretoria. They disappeared with those discs up to date. So it was not working for us to have analysts or experts that are not part of the team. So with these recommendations, we were trying to implement to influence that our plan is properly implemented, including the ballistic experts. All these experts were not yet part of the team. But I think from 2020 onwards, that's when then we had the full capacity.
Thanks. And so that meeting followed, so it was a detailed report, and it concluded with resolutions, and that's on page 57. And again, as per the previous minutes, the request was for continuing reports on the progress of cases.
Yes, that is correct.
And for a specific report on the high-profile cases as well.
Yes.
Sorry. General, in that page 57 under resolutions, can you just explain that first bullet point, which requires a progress report on 22 case dockets not related to the task team mandate? Yeah. Why that was being included for discussion in the work of the task team?
Thank you, Commissioners. Initially, the use of parallel investigation was an internal exercise. We were doing it to assist our investigation. But then the time came when, because if we have a main case that is linking ballistically with another case that is not politically related, we were only reporting on the politically related main case. So the resolution was, let us also report on those parallel ones because they talk to the performance of the task team.
It was a performance issue, really?
It was a performance issue, yes.
Was any question raised at any point by the IMC about the fact that these parallel dockets were included in the work of the PKTT?
There were mainly comments that were coming from, because our report was structured such that we all the activities of the team. So when we get to the ballistic analysis, that's where we will show the linkages that the firearms that we have confiscated, they were linked with other cases that we had then requested from the stations to investigate them parallel to the main case. Now, because now our statistics were not tallying at all the segments of the report, that's when then it was a resolution that as we report, if we check our reports moving forward, even the report that we presented as part of the testimony in the commission, it has those categories: political related cases, parallel cases, and ad hoc cases. Initially, before these resolutions, we were only reporting on main or political related cases only.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. So let's move on then to March 2019, 28 March 2019. That's CJC 14. And that's the minutes of the next meeting of the IMC. Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, it's a very lengthy briefing, am I correct, that was provided by the acting PC?
Yes, Commissioners.
And the update, which is very detailed, is an update on all of the cases under investigation and in court.
That is correct, Commissioners. Maybe then to draw the attention of the Commissioners on page 64, where we were complying with the recommendation of the previous meeting, where we started then reflecting on parallel case dockets that were not part of the previous reports.
And on page 65, you report on ad hoc cases.
Yes, as I explained, Commissioners.
And those related to the unlicensed firearms.
Yes.
And that meeting.
Sorry, can I just ask? Is it then correct, would it be correct then to characterize the position this way, that although the team was set up and its mandate is to investigate political killings, these parallel and ad hoc investigations means that at least operationally, the mandate sort of expanded, because with the parallel cases, you're not necessarily looking at political related matters. I think somewhere earlier on, there was a report, for example, of a reckless driving case, and there are robberies here. So in practice, the mandate sort of expanded. Would that be a fair and accurate characterization, General?
That will be very correct, Commissioners, because it was an operational decision not needing the extension of the mandate. I'm trying to separate the two, because we are investigating political related cases, and then there is a case that is linked with the other case that is not political related. Maybe it's because it's the same suspects, maybe it's because it's the same firearm used. Now, for us to strengthen our main case, there is a lot of evidence that we can get from this other case, and then we will then investigated parallel to this other case. Same applies to the firearm-related cases, because we will have operations where we are looking for specific firearms. Now, when we register a possession of unlicensed firearm for that particular firearm, that case will be investigated by the team because it is linked sometimes with a parallel docket that is linked with the main political related case because this firearm was used in both these cases. So initially it was an operational decision which was part of our methodology. Hence then when we were reporting on the mandated group. But then as we were explaining how we are so successful, then it was then requested that we bring also those cases in our report.
Thank you. And am I correct to say that in all of these reports, you began to then report in terms of those categories? So you separated out the categories in your reports?
That is what we did throughout up until the last 27-page report of January 2025.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to just move on to the next. The resolutions here, just to for the sake of completeness, to wrap it up, are similar to the previous resolutions, which is to continue your reporting on the cases and to intensify efforts on certain cases. Correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so the next meeting then is 30 July 2019 at CJC 15, page 73. Were you present at this meeting?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And can you tell me whether this meeting followed the same format as the previous meetings, meaning a very detailed report by the Acting Provincial Commissioner?
Yes, indeed, it followed the same format where the National Commission on paragraph 2.2, page 73 will introduce, and then and General Connors will take the IMC through the prepared presentation, starting with the introduction as well as the cases allocated and giving the status report on each and every one of those cases.
Thank you. If we can then, again, a very detailed record of the presentation that is included in the minutes. But let's go to page 82. There's a section that's headed Remarks by a Member of IMC and Others.
Yes.
Okay, so the first bullet point, it says the meeting noted the incorporation of 78 cases which are not related to political killings. Can you just explain that bullet, please?
It is referring to the explanation that I've been giving, that these cases, because they were increasing, and then as they are reflected on each report, then the IMC was also starting to take note of them, then, because that will influence even the resources and the budget for the trustee.
And it notes that the meeting indicated the team should pursue those cases.
Yes, as I explained, that if the meeting indicated that the team should pursue these cases as if they indirectly have relation to their mandate. So it started as an operational decision, but then during this meeting, it was then accepted as an indirect mandate, although it's not talking to the mandate of political killings dockets.
Can you comment on the second remark by the IMC?
The meeting also stressed the importance of strong and better coordinated intelligence operations as the key to successful investigations and prosecution. That was the time when we had the team that was at least 98% capacitated, sufficient, and we were then able to deliver in line with the plan in terms of activities and the timelines, because we had better coordination from within the expertise. And there was also, by that time now, an understanding, as I explained yesterday, that when we call people up, they come in with their understanding of how things are done. So indeed, it took time for the team to gel and understand that the methodology here is in a process format. Hence, then there was this comment.
Okay. And the third bullet? Can you comment on the third bullet?
The involvement of private security firms or is concerning, and the meeting indicated that the team should work with private security industry regulation authority to do the inspections on compliance. The team had adopted a concept of compliance inspections, because we had since realized that the firearms that are normally used are belonging to the private security companies as well as municipalities. That is why we were struggling then to get the firearm that will link with a political killing case. Then we started the compliance inspection. The criteria will be, when we identify the hit orderer, then we will profile the hit orderer until we get to I must choose the word now, an associate who is having a private security company owning firearms. That is when then we will go for compliance inspections. And in most of the compliance inspections that we conducted, we will find that the caliber, because you will first profile the security company to identify and understand the firearms that the company is owning. Then when you go for compliance inspection, your focus is on a caliber that is fitting the one firearm that you are looking for. So when you get there, in most cases, the firearm that you are looking for is reported stolen 2 weeks ago. So that was an indication then for us to say we need to widen the scope, and we have another example in the municipalities. One of the municipality, we were looking for the firearm that was used in killing the councillor. On records, that firearm then was found to have been booked to a particular security security guard who's employed by the municipality. We did find that firearm from that security guard, but we found it was sliced like a bread, so as then it cannot be used for ballistic purposes. But we did find the firearm. So this was during the time when we were realizing that the struggle for us to find the firearms that are used, it's because they are most of them within the private sector companies and municipalities.
Nevertheless, the meeting noted the progress made on recovering firearms. And if you could just read the fourth bullet.
More especially the increase of the firearms, the number to 181, it was mainly because of that compliance inspection, because we will find a lot of unlicensed firearms within private security companies and municipalities.
So it was 181 firearms, ammunition, and magazines recovered.
Yes.
And that was since, it says the re-establishment
Yes,
of
since
the
the
task team, not the establishment. So,
since July 2018.
so that's July 2018. Okay, and then again, request for more progress reports. And what we see after this is that there are no minutes for the years 2020 and 2021. Can you explain that?
Yes, Commissioners, as we are all aware, those years were years when we had a problem of COVID. So the meeting Yeah, that's correct, Commissioners.
It's dated 2 February 2022. Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was present, Commissioner.
And again, we see the similar format, a very detailed briefing. And this briefing was by the Acting Provincial Commissioner again, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
If we can just go then to the resolutions, which is on page 96. There are 5 resolutions, 5 bullet points. Can you explain the first bullet point?
Thank you, Commissioners. The resolutions, in most cases, the resolutions will be linked with the challenges that will be brought to the attention of the IMC by the team. So the first one that talks to the must be specialized or dedicated court for political related cases. That was during the time when we were experiencing delays at court. We had so many trial-ready cases, but now because they were competing on the court roll with other local cases, looking at the task team being time-bound and being a project, then there was that request or recommendation that the dedicated court be provided, of which then the ministry had identified that Saudi court case that after threat and risk assessment and other processes, mainly because of the conditions of the cells in that court, then the interdepartmental, especially the provincial steering committee, decided against the use of the court. Then the next one talks to the dedicated prosecution team at lower courts to deal with firearm-related cases. The main problem there was, as the team will register a case of possession of unlicensed firearm. And the dedicated team of prosecutors are dealing with politically related, more especially if the firearm is not linked with the case. Now, those cases were also suffering a lot, and then the team thought that maybe they must also put up that request for their cases that are at lower courts to have the dedicated prosecution team.
And did that happen?
Unfortunately, it did not happen, Commissioners.
Okay, if you can just then finish with reference to the third bullet point on these minutes.
The Department of Correctional Services should improve on security, especially unlawful access to cell phones by inmates, and report in the next meeting. This has been an ongoing problem up to date, but it was something that was also brought up by the task team for the IMC to assist on. There were lots of proposals that were put on, but were not implemented. That is why we still have the same problem. And it's one of the reasons why the request that was approved and the recommendation to use Kokstad prison, because communication within that prison is impossible.
So that concludes those minutes. The next set of minutes is CJC 17, and that meeting took place on 5 September 2023. Were you present at this meeting, General Khumalo?
Yes, Commissioners.
Now, this meeting, again, followed the similar format to the previous meetings, except that the report of the work of the PKTT was presented by you and not the Provincial Commissioner. Is that correct? Page 100.
Yes, that is correct.
And again, as with the previous reports, it's a very detailed briefing, and it goes on for quite a number of pages. I don't know if there's anything specific you want to highlight in relation to this meeting. If not, we'll just go to the end of the minutes.
There is nothing more other than to flag that on this report we had included a threat and risk assessment, because it was built up to the upcoming local government elections.
So can we then go to page 123? And you'll see this is a section dealing with remarks by other members present in the meeting.
Yes.
There are a number of comments here. Are there any, there's some that are notable. Some of the issues that are addressed here are issues that seem to recur. The importance of dedicated courts, for example. But we also see that the Deputy Minister indicated that he agrees with the recommendations of the task team and that the team should be enhanced. What did that mean, that the team should be enhanced?
It was referring to the increasing workload, and also in preparation for the upcoming local government elections. Hence, then, after the TRA was presented, that formed part of the remarks and resolutions by the IMC.
Okay, so it was linked to the threat and risk assessment and then the upcoming elections,
Yes.
the need for enhancement. So then there's a bullet that says some members have been taken back to their original station. Why is that?
It was one of the challenges that we were starting to experience, where some environments will then want their members then to return for various reasons, which was then identified as one, it was affecting our capacity, looking at the work that we had on hand, but also it was affecting our turnaround time, because now as you receive a new person who's not familiar with the methodology, it will take some time for that person to gel in. But that was basically what we're experiencing. Maybe to add, there is a point above that talks to the minister indicating that the task team is also now involved in the investigation of Fort Hare University cases. That was after the extension of the mandate. Now, that also affected our capacity because we had to move then other members of the team to relocate to the Eastern Cape. That was one of the reasons why then the capacity was a problem.
Thank you. I note that 2 bullets from the bottom that the Minister Lamola commended the work of the task team. And then on the next page, page 124, we have the resolutions. And can you read out the last 2 bullet points?
The last 2 bullet points of the recommendations, first one being the success of the task team should be communicated to the nation via press briefing. The second one, the task team cannot be dissolved. It must continue.
And that is the end of the minutes of the meeting for September 2023. Was there any other IMC meeting after that? Maybe we don't have minutes.
There were no other IMCs because this one was the last IMC towards elections. Hence, then it had also a recommendation or a threat and risk assessment and a recommendation of enhancing it, and also the decision not to dissolve it. I should think that maybe in line with the change of administration, this is the last decision taken by this IMC that it should not be dissolved. So as the next IMC, when it comes in, it continues this good work that this current IMC have seen.
So I have a question about that, because if the meeting takes this resolution that it must not be dissolved, is it because there were discussions before that contemplating that the PKTT should be disbanded?
Not as far as I understand it. It can only be that in our reports, we will also look at the timeline. If it's towards the end of the financial year, then the Provincial Steering Committee, the National Steering Committee, and the IMC will have that as a point of discussion and a resolution to take at all levels. So as then, when the new financial year starts, the team knows that they have to prepare for the extension.
Okay. So, in addition to this regular meetings or this oversight by the IMC, there were also monitoring by the Provincial Steering Committee and the National Steering Committee.
Yes.
And by this point in time, then September 2023, were you informed of concerns? I just want to confirm that this is what you're saying. Maybe put it differently. You were not informed of concerns of the work of the PKTT and the need to close it.
No, I was not informed of any concerns or complaints. I was only aware of the commendations of the good work by the team, because there is the last unminuted meeting where the team had to brief the president himself on the progress. That was then the last meeting before elections.
So, as far as you were aware, the task team was conducting itself in a manner that, there were no concerns that were raised with you as far as its performance goes. And as far as the monitoring goes, was that monitoring of the work and the achievement of your objectives, as well as your finances? Was there monitoring over your budget?
Yes, that was done simultaneously at all levels, from the Provincial Steering Committee up to IMC. But then the financials were monitored at national level by the CFO.
By the CFO at national level?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll return then to the 31st December letter.
Before you do that, General, you have a meeting, the last meeting is in 2023, September. And the meeting before that is in February 2022. And your explanation for the gap from 2019 to 2022 is the COVID intervention. Now, the next meeting is then in 2022, and then more than a year later, September 2023, it seems that's when you have your next meeting.
Yeah.
If that is correct, why is that so? Why was there such a long gap?
Thank you, Commissioner. As although it's not my meeting, because it's the IMC and we were not in control of their calendar. So, at tactical level, as per the plan, the meetings were taking place every day, accounting meetings. And then same applies to Majok level, Provincial Steering Committee. There was then I won't say a problem, but the regular meetings at National Steering Committee as well as IMC between 22, after COVID, between 22 and 23, they were not as regular as they were. One then can maybe, because their main role was to monitor and evaluate and assess that the team is performing. One will say maybe they did not see the need to meet as regular as before, because they had since assessed the situation and confirmed that indeed the performance is as they are expecting.
Thank you for that explanation. And then secondly, the team is constituted for the first time in 2018, right?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that the chronology, as I understand it, is correct. And Then in 2018, where you started, you've given a list of the different ministers who were involved in their department. So, for example, and maybe let's just start there. I won't take you through each one of them. I'll just hop along as we go on. So you had Minister Cele there as the Minister of Police. You had Minister Mapisa Ngakula, Minister Masuta, and Minister Letsazi Duba. And then you had the Premier Mkunu and MEC Kaunda. That is in 2018 when you have your first meeting. And then you have your second meeting, it's CJC 11 at page 19. You have the same people. If you look at that page 19, you have Minister Cele, Minister Letsazi Duba, and then you have Premier Mkunu, and then in apologies, you have Minister Letsazi Duba somehow. But it's all the same names. You have Mkunu and you have Kaunda. It's all the same names. And that's in 2018 still. And then in 2019, if you would just go to, just hold on for me. If you would just go to CJC 14, which starts at page 59, that you continue there, the same ministers. But then at some point, this is 2019, and then at some point there's a change of ministers, and that's the point that I just want to make sure I get right. This is now in 2019, July, at page 73, CJC 15. You still have Minister Cele, and then you have under apologies, Minister Mapisa Ngakula, still defense, and then now you have a different minister, Minister Lamola for justice, and then you have, for the first time, Deputy Minister Makwetla for defense and military veterans, and then Deputy Minister Kodwa. Makwetla is deputy as well. And then you have Deputy Minister Kodwa as Deputy Minister of State Security. And then MEC Kaunda. You see where I'm reading? It's at page 74.
Yes.
That's in 2019. I just, and perhaps Ms. Hassam can assist, I'm just trying to locate when we have elections where there's change of leadership. 20? Yes, I'm told that in 2019, that's when we had the next election. Now,
National elections, yeah.
yes, now we have a new minister, Lamola for justice. We have a new administration, basically. Yeah. And the ministerial committee continues to exist. Was there ever a break about it, that a new ministerial committee still has to be constituted after that election in 2019?
Thanks, Commissioner. There's never been a break. The IMC has been continuing with its meetings since the establishment. The elections came, and then the political leadership will change, but the ministries will continue. That's why we will see the new names of the ministers coming on board after elections.
Yes. And you see that in 2022 as well, at page 84, this is your February meeting, and then if you turn to 85, you now have Premier Zikalala as a premier, and then you have Deputy Minister Matale, and under apologies, you now have Minister of Defense Modise and Lamola. So the departments continue and ministries continue to be represented, even though there was a change of administration and ministers.
That is correct, Commissioner. Even at provincial level, the first premier who started with the initial was Premier Mkunu. Then as we move on, Premier Zikalala, because of elections again. So the political figures will change, but the ministries
Yes.
will remain within the IMC.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioners. General Kumalo, the National Steering Committee, did the members of the National Steering Committee change over time?
Yes, Commissioners, as it was the case with IMC, also within the steering committees, there will be those changes. If we recall, at the beginning of the task team reconfigured 2018, the Deputy National Commissioner was General Zumane, who retired after some few years, and then Lieutenant General Msigidi was appointed the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, and then she continued serving in the steering committee, National Steering Committee. So it was the case at all levels.
Thank you. We were dealing with Part C, so of your statement, and Part C of your statement deals with the disestablishment of the task team. And we began with the letter of 31 December. Can we now move to paragraph 135? You've explained to some extent that you had not been informed about the concerns about the PKTT before the 31st of December, and you were also not consulted about any decision to disband before the 31st of December. You received the letter, no, did you receive the letter? When did you become aware of it? We've dealt with the contents, but when did it actually come to your attention?
Perhaps before the General deals with it, and please hold your thought on that. General, I just want to ask you a couple of questions relating to how matters ought to have unfolded. I'm not suggesting that they did not unfold the way they should have. In your experience, could Minister Mchunu have been in a position to take the disbandment decision without being briefed?
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on my experience since 2018 as to how the processes and the project itself has been managed, as I explained, how it came about in 2018, and then also the impact or the effect of either or especially of elections. One will say, because after the last IMC of 2023 that took a decision that the task team should not be disbanded, it was also meaning that the IMC will continue overseeing even after elections. So my response will be, according to my view, it was not supposed to be like that.
And again, in your experience, who ought to have briefed Minister Mchunu?
There was a standing procedure of chairperson of briefing the principals. Maybe if I may answer that, starting with the last briefing on the last administration that was given to the IMC in 2023, and then few months before elections to the president. So one would have thought that with the new administration coming in, and then there will be the either reactivation or continuation of the IMC like it happened in 2019, and then we brief the new ministries the way we have been doing. But coming closer home within SAPS, because PKTT was and still one of the projects, important projects of the department now. So it was also supposed to be part of the important briefings by SAPS management to the minister.
And who would those managers be? You say management.
Looking at the minutes as we have been going through, that will be
I'm focusing within SAPS now.
Yeah,
let us forget
yes.
for a minute about the IMC.
Yes, Chairperson. Looking at the minutes, as I'm saying, all the briefings will start with myself preparing the briefing note as the project manager. But then that would have been informed by either the provincial steering committee chairperson, who will say, I have a request to brief the new minister, or the national steering committee chairperson, the national commissioner, who will say, I have this request or I've initiated. So I'll prepare the presentation, but I will be the one doing the briefing itself to the minister.
Perhaps let me invert my question and ask this. If it was the minister's idea, as indeed it was here, to disband the PKTT, who should the minister have consulted or sought a briefing from? So that is now, because you are telling me about a situation where you would be the initiator in terms of briefing, which briefing would then go upwards. Now I'm saying, if the minister, as it indeed happened, wanted to disband the PKTT, who did he have to consult? Who must he have consulted?
Thank you, Commissioner. According to my understanding and my view, it first needed the minister to have the understanding of the background, which will then automatically say, let me go to the ministries that have been busy with this up until 2023, before elections, and then now we are new political figures in these ministries. Then according to me, that was supposed to be the first stop in terms of consultation. Of course, then looking at the background, of course, then with also, or in consultation with the president, and thereafter the message then will go down as it happened when it was established.
On the information that you must have received by now, did the minister take any of the steps that you are referring to? Did the minister make contact with any of the members of the IMC? Did the minister consult the top management of the SAPS, which I assume would obviously include the National Commissioner, and perhaps even you as the project manager? Did the minister do any of those?
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on the information that I've received up until now, the minister did not consult any of the incumbents of the ministries that are making up the IMC. And also to add, even the information also received up until now, even the current deputy ministers were not consulted, of which then with the previous IMC, by then we had one deputy minister of police who was now and again in attendance on some of the IMCs. So at that level, I will say, based on the information that I've received up to now, there was no consultation at that level. And then on the second level below, I will confirm that we have never have been given an opportunity to brief or also to be consulted before the decision was taken.
The minister knows best why he did not do any of that, if, as you say, he indeed did not do it. But I will still ask you this. Do you know why the minister did not do any of these?
I will not definitely know as to why that consultation did not happen, Commissioner. But according to my view, that I will hold on to it up until I'm given the real reason. I will hold on to the view of what was happening during December, the busiest month of them all in terms of PKTT, their support and assistance to the GCI ops. All that can be supported by our operation that took place on the 14th of May, when we had to analyze the communication, which was starting to give us more supportive information as to why we say the reason was because of the activities of December. I pointed towards the format of the letter. According to me, it's my view again, it was not a letter that was given the attention that it deserves. That needs to be crafted such that. So it talks to the letter that had to be speedily finalized, and now looking at the happenings of December, I will stick to my view up until I get the official reasons for not consultation and for disbanding.
Lastly, do you not find it strange that on something so important, with as much history as it had, that what the minister says is so terse or so brief and without much substantiation? Do you not find that strange? I'm referring to page 204, paragraph 3 of the letter, and that's annexure SDK 24. Do you not find that strange?
Indeed, Chairperson, I find it very strange, hence my comment that my assessment of the letter is a letter that had to be fast-tracked, not really having the strategic view of the issues that are raised, because there are areas that are supposed to be detailed. And excuse me. So those details will only be informed by the briefings that are received prior to the crafting of the letter. And also the other reason that one can put forward is it's something that we are still going to touch on my further evidence. When then we got an opportunity to give a very detailed briefing in the form of a report, a 27-page report, that is almost giving my whole evidence in this commission in terms of the background, all the steps, what has been happening from the legal framework, the legality of the team, to the oversight activities. So the report is containing everything, but that report was submitted on the 22nd of January. It's not back and signed with any comments up to date. So that I can use it as another reason why one will hold the view that the mission was to disband in December before I'm briefed. Even if I'm briefed afterwards, I don't show any interest. That is my interpretation.
Thank you, General. I hope you still remember your question, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate
Yes, I do.
Hassim, before you continue, it's not a question, just to confirm for the record. Because there are two deputy ministers of police, the deputy minister I believe General was referring to is Deputy Minister Matale. And we see that in the IMC minutes of 2 February 2022, CJ 16, he was in attendance. And the last IMC of 5 September 2023, CJC 17, he was in attendance. Just so that there's no confusion when we read the transcript later.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, if I may, it's a follow-up on the chairperson's discussion with the General. General, we looked at that minute of September 2023, and you read into the record under resolutions that last bullet point at page 124, and I'll read it to you. It says the task team cannot be dissolved. It cannot be dissolved. It must continue. You read that as one of the resolutions. Why would such a resolution have been passed? And specifically, my question is, was there, before this resolution was passed or in that meeting, was there ever discussion about the task team being dissolved?
Thank you, Commissioner. The reports, especially at the end of the financial year of government, will have a TRA and a recommendation from operational level, and then which will then be endorsed by the Provincial Steering Committee as well as the National Steering Committee. So at IMC, it will go as a resolution that has been taken at operational level, because the operational level is at Directors General level, those that are financing and resourcing the team. So my understanding, the resolution was informed by the end of the term of the current IMC representatives, that it was the last one before the elections. So that is my understanding, but I can only talk to at the lower level, which is the process that was happening annually, so as then it can inform their decisions as directors generals.
Thank you for that. If you go back one page, and I must apologize, Ms. Asima had meant to get clarification on this, and I realize now. If you go back one page, 123 to 123, and then the fourth bullet point from the bottom. 123, and then the fourth bullet point, it says from the bottom, sorry. It says some members have been taken back to their original station. Can you see what I'm reading? Page 123. And the heading is remarks by other members present in the meeting.
Yes, Commissioner.
You see that? And then if you start from the top, it's bullet point 6. If you start from the top.
Yes, Commissioner.
And it says some members have been taken back to their original stations. Can you just explain what was going on there? Because on the face of it, it may feed into the idea that the team already was being dismantled at this point.
Yes, Commissioner. There was a period where we had a problem where different environments or units wanted their members back for various reasons. So we raised it as a concern as we were reporting at all levels that is affecting the performance of the team. Sometimes the unit commander will say, I need this member back, I'll replace this member with this one, which was then, as I've said, what was taking us backwards, because now you have to start a 2-year training on a new person that is new. But sometimes also it was not with replacements. But the issue of it being clear was the extension of the mandate that was like affecting the capacity, as I've made an example of the Fort Hare deployment, where we had to take about 15 to 16 members now to be on that side.
Lastly, General, between the September 23 resolution and this letter in the busy month of December, the 31st of December letter, in that intervening period, was there ever discussion within the SAPS management or between the SAPS management and the previous minister, Cele, about dissolving the PKTT? Was there ever such formal discussions?
No, there has never been any discussion during the time of the former minister, Cele, between that period.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thanks, Ms. Sassi.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. If I can just follow up on your trend of questions with one more, to confirm this. While there was not that discussion on dissolving, is it correct understanding that every year there was a discussion on whether to extend the life of the team? So it's another way the flip side of the question is, while there wasn't a discussion on dissolution, every year there was a discussion on extension. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners, but that discussion will be at a national commissioners level, or I will say at national steering committee level. I've said the reason is, as the financial year is coming to an end, the Directors General must plan for the new year. So it will be, because each and every department that is part of this interdepartmental was and is carrying the cost by itself. So that's why there will be that discussion. They will mainly request for the threat and risk assessment, the progress made, and then a detailed report, so as then they are able to take that informed decision at their level.
Okay, thank you. But so it wasn't a discussion with the ministerial level?
No.
In fact, in bullet point 4 on the same page, the recommendation was the enhancement rather than the winding down of the task team, as I understand it, on page 123. And that was supported by Deputy Minister Matale. Bullet point 4.
Yes, I'm there, Commissioner. That is correct. So hence, in my response from the chairperson's question, I had said, if the process that led to the disbandment letter had followed the normal process, it was not supposed to be that difficult, because the Deputy Minister of Police, who is still the second Deputy Minister of Police, was in the last IMC present and these resolutions taken. So if then there was consultation, I am made to believe that he was going to refer to the minutes of the meeting that he had attended, so as he can be able to brief the new minister accordingly in terms of the resolutions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, okay. I'm struggling to get movement with this. This day, I'm still on the same paragraph. And I'm not even going to get there yet. I have another question, which is, you were not informed, you said, about the concerns. You were not consulted about the decision before the letter of 31 December. Despite the fact that you are the project manager of the PKTT. Were you, once the decision was made and this letter was prepared, was the letter then forwarded to you, seeing as it affects you? At least two of the paragraphs affect you, because the first is on the freezing of posts within crime intelligence, and then the third is the PKTT disbandment. So when did you become aware of the letter formally? I know you said you saw it on social media, but was it sent to you formally in your capacity as Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence?
Thank you, Commissioners. The only time the letter was shared with me officially was on the 14th of January, which is like 2 weeks after it has been out, when the National Commissioner came back from leave and then called me in for the discussion of this letter, and then he handed over the file with the letter. So that was the first time, I will say, I confirmed that it's not fake news. It's indeed an official communication between the Minister and the National Commissioner. That was the 14th of January.
That was the first time the letter itself was
Yes.
formally provided to you.
Yes.
So let's go back then to your statement, because your involvement in the beginning of the notification to you, as I understand it, is on the 7th of January. And if we can start there with SDK 23. And this is an email that's sent to you on the 7th of January 2025. Can you explain what this email is saying to you?
Let me go there, let's see.
It's page 201. Is it not in your bundle?
It's an empty page.
Missing page. Okay, we have two options. One is you could look at the screen, if you're able to see the screen, and while we locate a replacement for you, because it's just one page that we need to provide you with.
Yeah. Yes, that is correct, Commissioners. On Tuesday, the 7th of January, I received the email from from a Colonel Afnand from the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, that had the heading, Deactivation of the Political Killings Task Team. So looking at the heading, I associated the heading with one of the points that I've seen on the letter that is on the social media. Then the message was the DNC Crime Detection has directed the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report for sign off by the 13th of January. That is the email as received, and it had no attachment. It was just this email that officially I could not understand it. Hence, there was no further action to it because it is just having that one line without any attachment for me to have a proper understanding of the background of the directive.
And if we could just scroll down, please. Right. So what was being forwarded to you was an email that was sent to the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
Yes.
Is that right?
That is correct.
And can you just read the last paragraph of that email?
Your office, which is the office now of the Deputy National Commissioner, is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on the 14th of January 2025 for NATCOM's, which is the short word of National Commissioner's consideration and sign off to the Minister.
Okay, so this email was forwarded to you, and the request was for you to prepare a closing report for sign-off by 13 January.
That is correct.
And did you have any communication at this point in time with the National Commissioner about a closing report?
Yes, in fact, I did have the communication even before the 7th, as I've indicated that from the 1st, when this letter was trending, I was receiving lots of questions and calls from the team members, from the stakeholders and PA, from correctional services, from everybody. And I could not answer them. Hence, then I had made a call to the National Commissioner whilst he was on leave to help me with the information so as I'm able to respond. Then I got the response that he is also in the dark. The best thing is just wait until I come back. That is exactly what I did. I disowned the letter from the 1st when it started trending up until the 14th when I received it officially, and we had an opportunity now to discuss and try to understand it with the National Commission.
And did you raise your concerns with the National Commissioner at that point in time?
Indeed, my first call was a complaint to say, I'm receiving lots of calls and I do not know what to tell people from the task team members to the stakeholders. Now help me, what must I say? And the advice was, tell them as I'm telling you that we do not know what's happening. We are still going to try and clarify the issues, and then we'll come back to them.
So when you get this email from General Sabia's office saying that you need to prepare a closing report by 13 January, what did you do? Did you begin to prepare the report, or did you do nothing?
I did not do anything, commissioners, because as I've indicated, there was no attachment. I did not want to legitimize and think that the letter that is trending, this email is referring to it. For one main reason, the heading of the email is talking to one subject matter amongst the 3 subject matters that are in the letter that is trending. That was the first reading, the first reason. But secondly, without the attachment itself, it was not easy to understand the directive from the Deputy National Commissioner because it's one line. Then for me to be able to understand this one line, there must be this attachment that I must go through and understand. So hence then my decision not to do anything, instead to wait for the National Commissioner to come back from leave as per our agreement.
So then if we go to 138, paragraph 138 of your statement.
Before you do that, General, this at 2:01, these emails, the bottom email of the 3rd of January from Brigadier Lutoko. Now we know from the National Commissioner's evidence that on the 3rd of January he was on leave, and you have confirmed that. That's correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Right. Who was the acting National Commissioner at this point?
The appointed acting National Commissioner was Lieutenant General Musigidi.
It wasn't General Sibia.
No, it was not General.
Okay, and then in that email of the 3rd, it's addressed to, and you do mention in your statement at paragraph 135, the email is addressed to Captain Keketsi Sibongile and Mabula TR, and then copied to General Sibia and General Sibula. Where in terms of office does Captain Keketsi sit? In whose office?
Captain Kekesi is in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner at Crime Detection, Lieutenant General CB.
And Mabula TR, do you know?
I won't know, Commissioners.
And then Sibula FM? General Sibula?
Sibula FM is in the office of the National Commissioner. She is the executive manager.
Yes. And then in the email to you, which is the email of the 7th of January, it is addressed to you, and then is addressed to you and to Captain Sibongile. And it doesn't appear that anyone from the Office of the National Commissioner is copied on that email. Am I correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Balois. So, let's go to the 14th of January. This is when the National Commissioner returns from leave. And can you just tell the Commissioner about the discussion you had with the National Commissioner on that day?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm not going to repeat what I had explained, because the understanding and the confusion that one had when the letter was still unofficially trending continued even during this meeting, because both of us, we could not really understand the letter itself as to what might be informing these directives. But when it comes to the timelines that were on point number 3, there was also a long discussion between myself and the National Commissioner as to what is the meaning of a preliminary report that is required on the 20th. Because now that discussion came after the National Commissioner had said, go and prepare the preliminary report. I said, but when I read, I don't understand as to what is the preliminary report. So I want the understanding, so as whatever that I go and draft, it's what is required on the 20th. Is the preliminary report that talks to how are you going to disband, or is the preliminary report that talks to how this task team came about, or the progress report, or what is happening? So we had a long discussion. Hence, then the preliminary report that was submitted ended up having both. So as at least if you are wrong, but we have given, because the first part of the 27-page report is giving a detailed briefing that has never happened before of the task team, the performance, the challenges, and other issues that one felt that maybe the minister is. In that report, we are addressing even the issues that were on the media space around the political killing task team. So because of the confusion and lack of understanding, we ended up compiling the mother of all preliminary report that will cover everything. And then at the end, then it talks to what the National Commissioner also understood to be, might be the preliminary report in terms of disbandment process.
You say, General, it was a two-part report. The first part, where I think you were justifying to the minister why the PKTT existed. How did you conclude that part? We went through that report, I think, when General Masemula was testifying, but I do not think that we focused on what you have just mentioned now, which is that the report was a two-part report. So how did you conclude on the first part?
The reason why we ended up agreeing to have a report in that format, we had a long discussion on what
General.
informed.
So, I'm very sorry, General. I'm not asking why you decided to have a two-part report.
Yeah.
I'm asking what, in the end, you said in that report with regard to or in relation to the first part. Did you conclude that the PKTT, therefore, ought not to be disbanded? That's what I want to hear you on.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I understand the question very well, if one try to summarize the last part of the report.
The last part of the first part. Did I understand you to say that? Did I understand you to say that your report was in two parts? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
The first part explaining why the PKTT existed. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So what I'm asking you is, let's just focus on that part, the first part. What was your conclusion, if any, on the first part? Did you reach a conclusion at all? Perhaps a conclusion that said, Minister, the PKTT ought not to be disbanded because of all the reasons that we give above? Or did you not conclude specifically on the first part or with regard to the first part?
When it comes to the discussion, we concluded that the task team ought not to be disbanded, but one then has to refer to the report itself and confirm. But at no stage where there was an agreement between the two of us in that discussion that the team needs to be disbanded.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I see that it's 3 minutes past 1. Let us adjourn and resume at 2. Let's adjourn.
Good afternoon, all. We are ready to resume. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, we were talking about the report, a preliminary report. So you met with the National Commissioner on the 14th of January, and he requested that you prepare a preliminary report. And you said you began to work on that, and it was a two-part report. Have I summarized that correctly?
That's correct, Commissioners.
So there's something else at paragraph 139, before we move off this discussion with the National Commissioner. You say that you were both concerned that this decision seemed to come out of the blue. And then you say, I'm aware that the National Commissioner made numerous efforts to brief the Minister on the PKTT, but that the Minister never followed through on setting up these briefing sessions. Do you see that?
It's paragraph?
Paragraph 139, it's the last sentence.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So how do you know this, that the Commissioner made numerous efforts?
The meeting of the 14th, it was around mainly our realization that the decision was not based on any briefing that had been provided by us. So we realized the need of maybe providing that belated briefing so as we can get to the understanding of the reasons, because the main issue was about the reasons that are not clearly put on the letter of the 31st. So now and again when we talk, we will talk about him trying to set up that appointment for the briefing.
So you began working on the report, but even before you presented...
Sorry, before you go on, do you have any knowledge whether these numerous efforts to secure a briefing session, do you know whether those efforts were made in writing or orally by the National Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioners. I won't be able to know as to whether it was in writing or verbally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you say you began to prepare the report, but even before you completed that report and submitted it to the Minister, you had a meeting with the Minister on the 16th of January 2025.
Yes, Commissioners. The meeting on the 14th, as I've indicated, that we were discussing and speculating on lots of reasons for the letter, more especially with regard to the two issues that are part of the letter. Hence, then we decided that the National Commissioner initiate another meeting where we can be able to brief the Minister on the issues that were all over the social media regarding the division crime intelligence, and also to brief the minister on the GCI ops that had already at the advanced stage, and it was at the takedown stage, so as then he can get the background as to how it came about. So those were all the discussions that we were having. Hence, then the request for the briefing on the 16th of January.
So the request for the meeting with the minister was made by the National Commissioner,
That is correct.
and who else was present at this meeting?
In this meeting, because it was going to include the discussion on the GCI ops, the request was specific that it will be the three of us, the minister, the national commissioner, and myself only.
Okay, so at this meeting, you made a presentation, and that presentation has been made available to the commission. At least a part of it has been made available to the commission, and that's at CJC 21. It's the exhibits file 1.
Sorry, Mr. Simi said CJC 21.
CJC 21. Is that? Let me know once you've found it. Have you
Yes,
found it?
yes,
Okay. Right, so the first page is the title of the presentation. And the next few pages, can you tell us what these concern before we look at each page?
The next pages are containing mainly the motive behind the activities of the Big Five cartel, respective roles, as well as their identification. And then also the second slide talks to the identification of the senior officers within SAPS that had been identified to be working with the cartel.
So, so it's the GCI ops briefing.
GCI ops briefing.
So the first slide, can we turn to the first slide and just after the title slide?
Yes.
This is the briefing on the Vereeniging case.
Yes.
Okay. So I see that on the right-hand side of this slide, there are a number of names that run down of police officers.
That's
So
correct,
can you just
Commissioner.
explain that to the Commission?
Yes, we were painting the picture of the support structure of the cartel, concentrating mainly within SAPS, those officers that had been identified to be working with the cartel.
So would you like to name them? It's the column on the right-hand side.
Yes, some I will be able to name them. Some I'll be able to name them because they've come up in the evidence that has been led to the commission. Lieutenant General Sibiya, Major General Shibiri, Brigadier Nkwashu, Captain Mahotle, by that time were the names identified.
So these were the names identified by the 16th of January already.
Yes.
The fourth name that you are not naming, what is the reason for that? As it appears here.
The reason is because there are still investigations that are at a critical stage.
And then if you turn over this page to the next slide, what is this, what's the purpose of this presentation?
To the structure of the SAPS officers identified to be working with the cartel, but on a standalone.
So so I'm assuming when you're briefing the minister on this, you're providing the minister with details as to why you have these members of the SAPS as potential implicated persons in your investigations.
That is correct. On our verbal briefing and also on our speaker notes, we had all the facts as well as evidence that had been collected by then that are linking the identified to the cartel.
And what was the response of the minister to this presentation? I would imagine this must have been quite shocking for the minister.
It's supposed to be shocking, hence then I will say it was shocking, but then with the comments that we can continue with the project or investigation, and also will provide him continuous briefings as we move on.
Sorry, just to clarify that, so he confirmed that you can continue with the investigations into those suspected implicated members?
Yes.
So that was on the 16th of January. And the next thing that happens, according to your statement, is the very next day, you receive a letter from General Sibiya. And we can go to that letter. It's SDK 25. Now, this letter is dated 17 January. Had you had any communication with General Sibiya between the first email you received on the 7th of January from his office for the close-up report? So between the 7th of January and this letter, did you have any communication with General Sibiya?
After I received the email on the 7th, there were a few calls that I received from him trying to find out as to how far. Then those questions will be met from my side with the same explanation that I've given, that I do not understand what is it that I need to do, because you just forwarded to me an email without an attachment, so as then I can understand what is it that I need to do. So our discussions were around that, and then there was also somewhere during the discussions when then I indicated that I'll rather wait for the National Commissioner, to whom then the letter that was trending was addressed to, so as then I can officially understand what is it that must happen. So it was those discussions, and then as I've indicated, on the 14th, when the National Commissioner came back, then we had those discussions and way forward, followed by the briefing on the 16th, and then preparing for the report for the 20th of January, as per the letter. But then after the briefing on the 16th, then on the 17th, I then received the letter as per Annexure 25.
Okay. So the communications you had with General Sibiya when he was calling you to ask about the progress of writing the report before 17 Jan, did you discuss the decision of the minister at all, and what informed the decision?
With General Sibiya, no,
Yes.
we did not get to that discussion. It was a matter of, because even when he made those calls, he will ask as to how far with the report. Am I going to get the report? Then my response will be the same, that I'm nowhere. I've not started, because I do not know what to compile in terms of this report, because of this one-line email that is without an attachment. And for me to understand, as I've indicated, even when the National Commissioner came back, it was still a problem to understand. Now, if I could not understand without the attachment, if I could not understand when there was an attachment, it was worse than when we were discussing the issue of the report, when I had not received an official attachment that, again, would have needed us to discuss, so as we are on a common understanding. So that's why our discussions before the 14th, the National Commissioner came back, were not taking us anywhere.
And General Sibiya didn't offer you any information as to why the minister made the decision?
No. We did not get even to that part of the discussion. It was a matter of, as the email is saying, that one line, the report, the preliminary or the closing report, if I'm not mistaken, the closing report, because that is the other issue, that even if I wanted to use the unofficial letter that I had seen, the unofficial letter was talking of a preliminary report before or on the 20th. Then towards the end or somewhere of January, then the closing report. But I think during our discussion, I even raised that as one of the reasons why I'm stuck, because the email says provide the closing report, if I'm not mistaken. but the unofficial circulating letter says provide the preliminary report first before the closing report. So it was just those discussions.
So General Sibiya was asking you for the closing report, and was he putting you under pressure? I mean, was there a sense that it had to be done immediately?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only communication until 17 January when you received this letter?
When I received then this
Okay.
letter, that's correct.
So the letter is at page 206 of the annexures bundle. Can you just read paragraph 2 of that letter, please?
Paragraph 2 of the letter dated the 17th of January, it reads, on the 31st of December 2024, the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner to immediately deactivate and disband the NTTPK. This decision was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts.
So that sentence, the decision was informed by an assessment. Did General Sibiya, with this letter, send you the assessment?
I've never received any assessment that was informing this sentence.
So you don't know what the assessment is that is being referred to?
Yes, Commissioner.
And in your, the assessment that the task team no longer contributed to policing efforts. Now, this is still 2020, this is early 2025. Can I please just cross-refer you to page 107? So we'll come back to this annexure, so that we stick with this page. But cross-refer to page 107 of the same bundle.
Yes,
There?
I'm there.
Can you just describe for the Commission what this document is?
The annexure is about the information note that was compiled by myself on the 27th of March 2024, and it was verified and approved by the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibiya. It was a request for a financial authority for the financial year 2024-2025 of the National Task Team investigating political related cases in KZN, which is PKTT.
So can you go to paragraph 4 of the information note?
On paragraph 4, I included as a compiler the fact that the achievements, the performance, as well as successes of the task team has been found to be outstanding during the continuous evaluations by the National Steering Committee, the Interministerial Committee, and the President of the Republic. The current phase of the task team was approved up until 2024-03-31. So this information note was compiled on the 27th, which was 3 or 4 days before the expiry of the authority that was there, that was approved.
And it was recommended, so you compiled it, but it says on page 109, it was recommended by General Sibiya. the findings, I mean, the
The information note was recommended
Right.
by General Sibia
Yes.
on the 26th of March.
so he would have agreed with the assessment of the PKTT as of March 2024, as described in paragraph 4.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And this is the request for extension that was approved, if we see page 110, by the National Commissioner, but for a smaller amount than was requested.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And why was it approved for a smaller amount?
The reason can be found also on my recommendations and on page 109, that the first recommendation is for the whole estimated budget for the financial year to be approved. And then the second recommendation, it's an alternative, that whilst the final budget, because at the end of March, then the previous financial year's budget then ends to exist. And then there will be some months when then the budget allocation is being finalized. Hence then, because the task team had to continue from the 1st of April. So hence then that alternative to say, whilst the final budget allocation is being considered for the whole financial year, for that 94 million, a 2-month portion of the above estimated budget to be approved in order for the extension of the task team to be effected from the 1st of April 2024. So the approval of 20 million by the National Commissioner was talking to the second alternative recommendation of the approval of 15 million.
So, and what was the response of the Chief Financial Officer before we get to the National Commissioner?
Although I might struggle with both the handwriting and copy of another copy, the words that I can see, it's an amount of 20 million be approved for the financial year 24-25 financial year. And secondly, post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for 5 years. And the component organizational OD be tasked to urgently conduct a work study investigation for the establishment of a permanent structure in KZN.
Okay, so this, and then we go to the National Commissioner's approval, and if you can just read out the National Commissioner's approval.
Reading the National Commissioner's approval with comments in comparison with the CFO, the first one, the approval of 20 million is given in line with the recommendation of the CFO, who had also recommended the amount of 20 million. And then the National Commissioner continues and say, this is provisional, whilst the finalization of allocation is processed, which talks to my alternative my alternative recommendation, not the comments by the CFO. And then it continues, and the National Commissioner says the task team will continue beyond elections, which now talks to the recommendation by the CFO that says post-elections, the task team to be deactivated. Then the National Commissioner says the task team will continue beyond elections, which is contrary to what the CFO had recommended. The reason given by the National Commissioner is so long there is work to be done, the team cannot be localized to KZN, which is a direct disapproval of the recommendations by the CFO, the last part of the recommendations by the CFO.
The part where it says there should be a permanent structure in KZN, there should be consideration of a permanent structure.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So, and then after this 20 million approval, was in the adjustment, in the final allocation of the budget, was there an allocation then to the task team for the remainder of the financial year?
Indeed, that is correct.
So we have this information note, and we've established that General Sabia recommended it in line with the way in which you had prepared the report. And so between that's March and December, did anything happen to change the picture of the work of the PKTT between March, when this was approved? Well, we know in September 2024, there was still, no, that was September 23, sorry. So between March 24 and December 2024, did something happen that would give one pause and say that the work of the PKTT needs to be re-examined? Did something unusual occur?
From the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, as his recommendation of the political killings task team to continue because of its good work in March up until December 2024, there has been no other report or complaint contrary to that. Instead, although it's not part of my statement, there was a time when there were killings in the Eastern Cape, and the Deputy National Commissioner was on his way to attend to that, and he sent me a message to say, it looks like you'll have to prepare your PKTT, some of them to, that was before December, but it was between March 2024 and December, just to prove that the performance of the PKTT, that he was aware of the performance of the PKTT, because he had requested to extend the mandate of the PKTT then to that other investigation in the Eastern Cape. And in that communication, he even suggested that the team that is already in the Eastern Cape doing Fort Hare cases also do those cases that had happened in the Eastern Cape that he was attending to.
Okay. So the letter goes on to say then that the directive must, what General Sabia is saying is the directive requires immediate compliance, and that there are certain measures, sorry, paragraph,
where are we now?
page 206,
back to
the letter, page 206.
Yes, I'm there.
The directive requires immediate compliance, he says in paragraph 3. and he asks you to undertake appropriate measures to ensure the effective disbandment of the team. And then he says the following: these measures must ensure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. In your statement, you disagree that the measures would not have this effect of disrupting, and I'd like you to explain that, please.
That is correct, Commissioners. Maybe before I even get there, the cross-referencing that we were doing now, it talks to the financial approval up until the end of March 2025, which was recommended by the Deputy National Commissioner. Now, if in December you don't even maybe raise that issue to say, but the minister's directive of immediate disbandment is also affecting the financial authority that is still on. So there will be some sort of wasteful expenditure. I'm citing that because of the cross-referencing that we were just talking to say, even from the office of the DNC, to write the immediate disbandment together with the financial year authority without raising that matter, especially with me, who wrote the information note that he recommended. I would have expected that maybe writing to me, my supervisor must tell me as to what is it that I must do now with the funds that are committed already until end of March. If now my supervisor says disband now, beginning of January, whereas the supervisor said, here is the financial authority that you can commit up until the end of March. Then coming back to the sub-paragraphs of paragraph 3, the measures that had been forwarded to me to implement or to put in place in order to ensure that the ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. It was the continuation of confusion because the paragraph before, it says disband now or immediately, although it's not safe nowadays to use the two interchangeably, the immediately and now, but it says immediately deactivate. And then measures that you must put in place to make sure that investigations are not disrupted. According to me, they are all not reasonable. They are not talking to the main message because the first one talks to the monitoring and oversight. Now, if you disband all the structures, who is going to do this monitoring and oversight? Because you started by disbanding. So that was not going to be possible to happen. That measure, number one. Same applies to accountability. Accountability moves together with an official allocation of a task to someone. Now, after we have disbanded and removed all the responsibilities from everybody, then it was going to be a problem in terms of accounting. The other issue that one can flag that is appearing almost throughout the measures is the accountability, oversight, and everything that needs to happen, it's directed to the Divisional Commissioner for Detectives and Forensic Services. So from us that were responsible in accounting, that will mean with immediate effect, we cut, and we are no longer responsible or accountable. It's someone else now that must be accountable with effect from that day the immediate disbandment is effected. Also, another example that one can use on those measures is the assignment of cases, where, if I may read, it says all dockets must be hand-delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Services, who must establish a secure repository for case files and evidence to ensure continuity and prevent any loss or tampering. These dockets will then be reallocated to appropriate investigative units. So reading that together with measures to be put in place to make sure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted, it's another example that I can quote to say it's contrary to, because if we take all the dockets to the office of the Divisional Commissioner Crime Detection, who must then look for people somewhere that are going to start or continue with this investigation, that on its own amounts to the disruption that on paragraph 3 you are trying to avoid. Put measures in place to avoid disruption, but the measures in place that you are putting, they are promoting disruption. So that is another example that I can cite as to why then this directive was also very impossible to implement from the side of the responsible and accountable project manager. I could not, because by that time I was still a responsible and accountable project manager. Now, to comply with something that is going not to be in line with my responsibilities and accountability was not going to be the right thing to do. And it was also talking...
Before we proceed to go further, what specifically stated is that the dockets will be reallocated to appropriate investigative units with the capacity to continue the investigations. Did you know which investigative units this would be? Did you know what he was referring to here?
No, all what I knew was what was written in the letter. There was no additional information or an attachment that tells me that which unit is going to continue. It was just this letter. Hence, then my interpretation was, if then investigating officer A was busy investigating this docket, then he or she is told to put it down and then take it to the office of the divisional commissioner. And this divisional commissioner look for a suitable unit and an investigating officer who's going to continue with the investigation. According to me, that is contrary to the bolded part of paragraph 3 of the same letter, that these measures must be put in place to ensure the ongoing investigation is not disrupted, because that alone is disruptive.
Okay, continue. I think we're dealing with 146 was addressing what you were saying now. Paragraph 147 of your statement, you also speak about the lack of capacity within existing units to deal with these dockets?
Are we back to the statement?
Sorry, we're back to the statement, yes. We're going between the statement and the letter. So that's paragraph 147.
On paragraph 147, to still talking to the measure number 3.4, cross-indexing to the letter, it still explains that the initial reasons for the establishment of the PKTT was the failure of the normal units to effectively investigate these cases. Now, there we are saying for that reason that PKTT was formed because of the inability by the existing investigating units and also them being ill-equipped. We were referring that to the methodology applied by the PKTT, that it's totally different from the methodology that will be applied by any unit, investigative units. That commissioners, one maybe can add that the discussion that talks to these dockets, the way they were and are investigated, to be transferred to a normal murder and robbery or whatever name investigation unit will not make sense, because the unit is totally different from a task team. You cannot talk to those two as if one can replace another. The unit of, let me first start with another example. The unit of National Intervention Unit, the combat, it is made up of operatives that have successfully completed the national intervention training. Only them. No one else can be part of that unit. Same applies to an investigative unit or a murder and robbery unit. It is made up of investigators. Then the task team, the difference is you draw expertise from different units to make a task team. So it will be naive to think that what the task team can do, the unit can also do, because the task team is made up of expertise from different units and expertise. That is what we are trying to stress on that paragraph.
So the effect would have been to revert to the traditional method that you were talking about yesterday of policing and investigating.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So those are the measures that General Sabia was saying you need to put in place, which you felt would have the effect of disrupting the investigations. But then in paragraph 4, there's a second thing that's requested, and that's the closing report. So can you just read the first sentence of paragraph 4, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. The paragraph 4 is a long format of the one-line email that I had received on the 7th of January, which reads, a comprehensive closing report must be submitted by the 16th of January. That is the day I was briefing the Minister on GCI Ops, but the letter then was signed off and sent to me on the 17th. And then I will have to confirm the compliance with the above mentioned directives, and that report would have been structured according to the next guidelines.
Okay. So the report required you, well, first he says the report must be submitted the day before the letter was sent to you. And he says it must confirm that you have complied with those measures that you were just discussing now. And then that it should contain the following items. Can you just deal with those items that were required from the closing report?
When one went through the requirements of the report, that's when one lost the hope as to, if you want to compile this report, what is it that you need to do? Because the first one talks to the executive summary, where I was expected, or we are expected to give the mandate, purpose, functions, and reasons for disbanding the task team. From the very same me, the project leader, who was not consulted, who do not know why. But now on the report, I must give the reasons. Hence, Commissioner, as I say, then it's one of the directives that when you go through and you want to comply, you end up being more confused than before you received it. Because some of the parts, one would have been able to give the mandate, to give the purpose and the functions. But now the last one that says the reasons for disbanding, now how do you marry these conflicting requirements as reflected?
And I suppose the same would apply to the next bullet, which is summary of the key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. You were not favored with the key considerations.
Yeah, one might then use the same approach, commissioners, that the senior counsel is using, that you were not given. But as I've indicated, it starts with you were not even consulted. And in the letter of the 31st, there are no details. And in the email of the 7th, it's worse. Not even the attachment is there. But now on a long directive of the 17th, a lot is required that one cannot get anywhere, including then the considerations or the reasons that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. One then was forced to ask himself this question, but who decided to disband the task team? Now, why are you looking for reasons from a person who did not decide? Because this letter maybe was having a wrong address. It was supposed to go somewhere else, then mistakenly it was addressed to myself. So it's one of the issues that will make it very difficult to attend to the issues raised in this directive.
So you've given that response in paragraphs 148.1 and 148.2 of your statement. So, but then you give a second criticism in 148.3 of your statement. Can you deal with that? Yeah, it is some sort of the continuation of the explanation that I was trying to give, that as I was instructed
to include the analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and the impact on crime reduction, with specific reference to the PKTT's mandate. That was supposed to be required before the decision. Now, if I'm going to include it in the closing report, it is not going to make any sense or the reasons thereof, because the decision, if the decision was taken in good faith, the minister will have presumably have already done this analysis that is required in the closing report. That was supposed to be done prior to the decision. That is my view on that point, Commissioners.
And then, thank you.
Ms. Hassim, perhaps the witness should read 148.3 and 148.4 into the record. I would actually have loved for him to have read even maybe a couple of other paragraphs before that, but perhaps because we are way past that now, if the General could read 148.3 and 148.4 into the record, please. And even 149, all the way up to 149, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. Reading on record from paragraph 148.3, in my affidavit, I state that, secondly, I was instructed to include an analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction, with specific emphasis on the mandate of the PKTT. Once again, if the decision to disband the PKTT was taken in good faith, the minister would presumably have already done this analysis prior to taking the disbandment decision. In his directive, the minister expressly stated that his observation was that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. If the minister did not have any analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction at the time of his decision to disband, he could not, in good faith, have reached the conclusion that the PKTT is no longer required and add no value to the policing in South Africa. Paragraph 148.4, thirdly, one of the more concerning aspects of the proposed report is that it had to include the stakeholder feedback from organizations such as the NPA and State Security Agency in response to the announcement of the disbandment. In other words, when the minister took the decision to disband the PKTT, he apparently did not engage the NPA and SSA on the effects that the disbandment would have on pending prosecutions and the general state and the state security This was further confirmation for me that the minister had not done the necessary due diligence before he took the decision, the disbandment decision. Paragraph 149. It appears that the minister did not consult with the individuals he ought to have consulted with for purposes of making a decision regarding the disbandment. From my discussions with the National Commissioner at that time, it was clear that he was not consulted by the Minister regarding the disbandment.
Thank you, General.
If I may, before you move to another paragraph, General, in that letter from General Sibia and the format of the report, what you should include in the report, under the stakeholder feedback, you've referred to key stakeholders, NPA and SSA, but there's also another sentence there where you were required in the report to summarize any public or media reactions when the disbandment was announced. Did you ever get to understand why you had to do this exercise of finding out what the media and public have to say and why it was necessary information?
Thank you, Commissioner. Other than to sum up that maybe the purpose of this directive was for me to try and clean up the mess that might have been created from the 31st of December, which was impossible. One, the stakeholders have referred to the difficulty that I had from the 31st to explain to the very same stakeholders as to what's happening with this letter. So it was going to be impossible. Same applies to the reaction from the ground as to how was this decision affecting them. What I know from the ground, I was receiving lots of calls from the families of the deceased whose cases were still under investigation, and the families of the deceased whose cases were finalized, who were very disappointed. But that was what was coming to me just as a known project leader by them, as one of the important stakeholders, the families of the deceased on the cases we were working on.
So, General, I take it we can safely assume that you did not comply with this letter of 17 January.
That is correct, Commissioners, even if I wanted to, because of misunderstanding of what was required from me, I did not comply.
But you were, at that point in time, preparing the report, the briefing for the minister, correct?
Very busy, Commissioners, and I was running against time. The letter is coming on the 17th, and I have 2 days now to finalize the report for the 20th. So I was busy with the report.
Okay. So that report, we know is, first of all, Commissioners, it's at SDK 26. It's page 212 of the 213 of the annexures bundle. Now, General, this letter, this report is very detailed. It's 27 pages, and it spends quite a lot of time describing the work of the PKTT, as an overview of the dockets, the progress of the dockets, and the rest of it. Now, we don't need to, subject to questions from the commissioners, we don't really need to examine this in great detail because we've been through it before, and the National Commissioner has also been through this letter. But what is significant in the letter, and it's something that you raise in your statement, is that your view was that there should not be a disbandment of the team.
Yes.
So can I go to paragraph 152 of your statement? So after you explained that the report highlights all of this different aspects of the work
Sorry.
of the, pardon me.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you mid-sentence, Ms. Hassim. Annexure SDK 26, only the cover letter at page 212 is legible. The report itself is illegible for the most part.
My apologies, Chair. I was aware that these copies were not legible and requested that more legible
Yeah.
versions be
If
placed in
they
your files.
may
And we
be
consistently do
replaced,
that.
please. In this other bundle, this is the one with the CJCs, starting CJC 8, does it? I think so. To all the way to CJC 21. It does have a legible report, but may those be sorted out for us, please.
I think what happened,
We
Chair, when
can't, whilst going through the
Sure.
SDKs, then have to go to the CJCs. Thank
Absolutely.
You. Thank you very much.
I think there was confusion in carrying out that. We'll make sure that it's replaced with a legible copy. For now, Chair, may I request that any questions or references to it to use the CJC version.
Thank you.
But
Thank
we
you.
will correct the what page is it on? No,
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
sorry, Commissioner Baloy, I was trying to answer your question. I'm not sure which page it's on. You've got it.
I'm told it's CJ's, hang on. SDK 26 in CJC.
In
Found it.
in the
Found it.
CJC bundle.
Found it.
So, sorry, General, is your copy legible of SDK 26?
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, so in paragraph 151 of your statement, you describe a general overview of what it is you addressed in the long report, SDK 26. And then at paragraph 152, can I ask you to just read that paragraph into the record, please?
Reading paragraph 152 to the record, insofar as the report had to include a write-up of the justification for the disbandment of the PKTT, it goes without saying that I could not justify the disbandment. Neither could the National Commissioner. The position has always been that the PKTT had to remain. Therefore, in the report to the Minister, the National Commissioner and I simply stated that the directive of the Minister to disband has been noted and that the initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved with noticeable decrease of political related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of PKTT's intervention and execution of its mandate. In other words, we did not agree with the disbandment, but this was a directive for the Minister and he had directed that this aspect be dealt with in the report.
Okay, so let's just look at that with reference to the report. In your bundle, General, it's at page 237. Commissioners, in your bundles, it would be page 25 of 27. in the, oh, the pagination was probably the same because it was meant to be substituted. So page 237. And it's the bottom of that page, the conclusion. So, General, there in the conclusion, that confirms what you've just said in your statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
So maybe you could read the first paragraph of the conclusion.
First paragraph of the conclusion on the report of the 22nd, paragraph 3.11. In conclusion, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved these successes, nor has been able to investigate and ensure successful prosecution of the perpetrators of politically related murders.
And then you continue in the second paragraph, and that's where you say the directive by the minister has been noted. And I just want to understand correctly what happens then in the rest of the rest of this report, which is now almost near its end.
Yes.
I just want to understand what you were saying. You were saying that you continued to make the proposal that now follows, because that was the request of the minister to include that in the report.
To include, let me continue. The paragraph starts with the directive by the minister to disband the National Task Team has been noted, and the initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved noticeably, as we say in the conclusion, also in my statement. Then the next paragraph says, the South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in the possession of the task team, as well as finalization of dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court purposes or court processes.
And then you set out the steps. And I
The
think
winding down steps
the
then
winding down
flowing
steps.
from the previous paragraph, Commissioner.
Yes. And those steps are also summarized in paragraph 153 of your statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And do I understand correctly that what these steps envisaged is that the dockets would remain with the PKTT until they were finalized?
That is correct, Commissioners, as from the first paragraph that says it is the South African Police Service responsibility to finalize all the investigations. So this is how then the process is going to be followed in order to ensure that all the investigations are finalized.
But the SAPS could be any part of the SAPS that can be responsible for the finalization. But what you proposed in those steps is that they must remain with the task team until they are concluded.
Thank you, Commissioners. In the same sentence that says the South African Police remains responsible for the finalization of the dockets in possession of the task team, as well as finalization of the dockets which are currently. So that was introducing the fact that the task team must see its work to the finalization.
Okay,
Is
so
that
this,
not Roman 2 that we should be looking at? The first sentence of Roman 2 on the same page 238.
that's correct. And maybe the witness could just read that.
It was also one
Roman 2,
of
thanks.
the advices or recommendations forwarded by the National Commissioner addressing this letter to the minister as a response of the 31st December letter to say stakeholder engagement to be conducted with other external role players in the task team, especially the National Prosecuting Authority, who have a dedicated capacity of prosecutors working with the team.
It's the Roman numeral 2 that we were referring to. If you can read the first sentence of Roman numeral 2.
On the report.
Yes.
The 128 case dockets which are under investigation and allocated to the National Task Team will be retained by the team and investigations will be finalized. An audit will be done of those dockets that are still under the investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to the station of origins or allocated to other investigating units within SAPS.
Okay, so at that point in time, there was still 128 case dockets. They reduced as time went on.
As discussions were ongoing.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then in Roman numeral 3, you proposed that no new dockets would be taken by or allocated to the task team.
That's correct.
And then you went on that the dockets that are currently pending at the courts will remain with the task team. And you explained why. The challenges, if you didn't do that, you explain it, and it's there. Maybe you could just read from the middle of Roman numeral 4, new investigating officers.
Yes, the reasons provided under Roman figure 4, talking to the 115 case dockets, will that if they are allocated to the new investigating officers, those new investigating officers that are not familiar with evidence in the docket will make then the investigation to be unsuccessful. And also witnesses will not be willing to cooperate and testify due to lack of trust to the new investigators. As a witness, investigator A takes a statement from you and you move along with the prosecution. Now, in the middle of the case is on trial, that witness now must go on trial and testify. Then a new investigating officer comes and say, let's go. So we were trying to raise that maybe all these were not thought of during, but we were going to be raised if there were consultations. Further investigations that are still outstanding and attending to the continuous queries by prosecutors was also going to be negatively affected.
Okay. So this was going to be a very gradual process. It would take quite some time.
Yes.
If you turn over the page to 239, at Roman numeral 7, you speak about the multidisciplinary approach.
6.
My copy is also not that legible, Chair. Thank you for the correction. It's 6. You talk about a multidisciplinary investigative approach that will be applied. Can you just explain what you are referring to in that paragraph? What is it that you were proposing, you and the National Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yesterday, I stated that in all our reports, we are trying to maintain this view because that's what we believe in. Same applied to this report, that we are saying this multidisciplinary investigative approach, which we in short refer to it as analysis-led, more analysts than investigators, and prosecutor-guided investigation that is currently applied by the task team will be adopted. Now, it was the National Commissioner informing the minister that it will be adopted and used to serve as a benchmark for the realignment of contract killings and organized crime investigations, and further directives will be issued in this regard.
So what do you mean here? Are you saying that the model of the PKTT then would be used as a benchmark, it would be replicated for the purposes of organized crime investigations and contract killing investigations?
Yes, commissioners, put directly, one will say the direct meaning of this recommendation is let us retain the methodology and we use it as a transitional process from where we are, especially within the organized crime investigations environments of SAPS. Now, this talks to disband or remove the center of excellency, and then you start afresh. So this, in short, that's what it was trying to say let's retain, and then we build up from it.
So you'd replicate the model, the method
Yes.
of the PKTT?
Yes.
You say, General, this was to be transitional. Looking at 6, Roman numeral 6, it does not sound as if this was meant to be transitional. I read it to have been intended to be permanent, once implemented, to be permanent. Am I incorrect? Am I misreading it?
The interpretation, thank you, Commissioners, Chair, the interpretation might be right from the chairperson's point of view, but if read as a whole, that paragraph, it starts by explaining the multidisciplinary investigative approach. What is it? And then we are saying that is the approach applied by this team currently. And National Commissioners say this approach will be adopted instead of using transition, will be adopted and used to serve as a benchmark to standardize the investigation of all contract killings as well as violent organized crime.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. So that report, we come to the end, it's got the signature of the National Commissioner and the date. And then there is a space below it for comments and for signature by the Minister, but there is no signature. I take it that means it was never approved, adopted, or signed by the Minister.
If I may go back to the pressure between the 18th and the 19th, 2 days to come up with a 27-page report that up to now it has not been approved. It's still empty. So that will mean the hard work put during those 28 hours came to nothing because the report is not approved or not signed, or it's.
So what was the response of the Minister to this? Was there any response from the Minister to this letter? Was there a verbal response? Was there some other written response from the Minister?
Thank you, Commissioners. From the compiler's point of view, there was no response. Even after inquiring from the writer, who is the National Commissioner, I got feedback that there was no response up to date.
So the next thing that happened then, according to your statement, is can you tell us what happened then on the 4th of February?
Before you do that, General, let's just finish off on these two documents. Can you explain what appears to be an anomaly? We earlier looked at the email from Brigadier Letoko, where she says to the Deputy National Commissioner, your office is further, this is the email we looked at earlier, on the email of the 7th, I think it is. It says, your office is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on 14 January for NETCOM consideration and sign-off to the Minister. So there's that direction from someone who's sitting in the office of the National Commissioner. And then on the 17th, which is later than the 14th, on the 17th, you then have that document that you were looking at from General Sibia, which tells you what he requires, the information that you're supposed to report on. And then that's on the 17th of January. And then on the 22nd of January, you and the National Commissioner are submitting or completing this report that you were discussing now, which is completely different in content from what the Deputy National Commissioner Sibia required of you in his letter of the 17th. Now, the Letoko email suggests there's an instruction from the National Commissioner. Well, on its terms, it says there's an instruction, but it suggests that it comes from the National Commissioner because it comes from that office, at least on the face of it.
Yes.
And then General Sibia appears to act in accordance, I say appears, on the face of it, by writing to you on the 17th with all of those directions and instructions. But then the National Commissioner works with you to prepare a completely different report. How does one explain this anomaly? Or how do you explain it? What is your understanding of what happened that see us having this letter from General Sibia, and then you have a completely different report from the National Commissioner, as if they were not talking to each other?
Thank you, Commissioners. Attempting to explain this anomaly, one will summarize maybe the chain of events as I had given in details, that the email that I received on the 7th, that is talking to the due date of the 13th, I did not do anything because I could not understand. So that is the first part of anomaly from my side, that I receive an email with one line and there is no attachment. I have lots of questions that I'm asking myself, and when I ask those questions from the Deputy National Commissioner, I don't get clear answers as to what must happen. That's anomaly number one. Hence, then I took a decision after making a call to the National Commissioner who's on leave. I took a decision to wait until the 14th when he came back. Indeed, he came back. We had the discussion that I've explained in details, which came up with two resolutions to prepare for the briefing of the minister on the 16th on the issues that I've highlighted on. Then the other anomaly now comes with this directive or letter dated the 17th to me, because the last due date that I was given and it was not met, was the 13th on the email. Then it died natural death, that is anomality, that 13th. Then on the 17th, when I receive this, it gives the previous day as a due date, other than the fact that as we were going through, other than the fact that it was not easy to understand and not easy to, and also the other factor that one has to put that led to this anomaly. On the 14th, during the meeting, I had to share with the National Commissioner my confusion since the 31st of December up to the 7th of January, the one-line email. Then that's when then he said, okay, now me and you are going to work on this. So the first thing, let us prepare the briefing of the minister on the 16th on these separate issues. And then let us also prepare the report for the 20th as a due date.
I'm asking a more direct question. Maybe it wasn't clear, General, and I apologize for that. What I would like to understand is, does it mean, because you worked with the National Commissioner to produce this report of the 22nd of January, does it mean that the National Commissioner had not authorized General Sibia to send you that directive? That's what I'm trying to understand. And because you had been discussing and talking to the National Commissioner, you would know what the position was.
Thank you, Commissioner, for simplifying the question. It's much easier. The response will be exactly that. From the meeting of the 14th, the agreement was we are working with the National Commission, myself and the National Commissioner on this process. Now, when the letter of the 17th come, confusing and contradicting itself as it is, but I did not consider complying with it because I had this other plan and the arrangement and the instructions from a more senior officer.
In short, is it correct, would it be correct to characterize it this way? General Sibia went and did his own thing when he sent you this directive. It didn't have the approval of the National Commissioner.
That's correct.
Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. So this was in response to the directive from the minister that a preliminary report must be provided by the 20th of January. And the directive of the minister goes on to say the final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry-Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. And I have two questions. One is, did that meeting take place? And was that final report or any final report prepared?
I am not a member of that forum, but then I can respond like if this was going to be part of the agenda, I was going to be requested to prepare a discussion paper or a report. So based on that, I will say then it did not happen.
Okay, so that was 22nd. The next thing, General, we were then going to 155 of your statement because the next thing that happens is on the 4th of February. And that was when General Sintumule engaged you. Can you just quickly give us a description of what happened on that date?
Then I did not hear anything about this whole process then after the submission of the report to the National Commissioner on the 20th of January. Up until the 4th of February 2025, when then I became aware of a letter, now an instruction from Lieutenant General Sibia to Lieutenant General Sintumule regarding the handing over of the dockets.
And that's SDK 27 at page 241 of the bundle. And that letter requires that all the cases or projects relevant to the political killings task team should be, I think it was that it should be provided to or handed over to General Sintumule. Is that right?
Yes. The Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence and the Divisional Commissioner Detective Services, which is Jan Sintumule, we are both reporting to the same Deputy National Commissioner. Now, the first letter of the 17th is addressed to me, but it has got a lot of reference to the Divisional Commissioner Detective Services. But it's only addressed to me. So that is that is one of the reasons also one then did not attend to it. Over and above that, the process was continuing with the National Commissioner. Now, on the 4th, this one now is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner Detective and Forensic Services alone, only, from the same supervisor, giving...
So you were not copied?
I became aware of it, but it was not addressed to my office, to me. The directives were for the addressee. But now, because the addressee, to comply with the instruction, had to liaise with me, that's why then I had to be aware of the correspondence.
Okay, so it's quite clear in paragraph 5 of this letter that it says, in compliance with the Minister's directive, you are directed to engage with the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence with a view to the proper handing over and to follow all processes necessary to conduct a handing over process. So this is from General Sibia to General Sintumule.
Yes.
So 17th of January is addressed to you. You hear nothing back.
Yeah.
And the next thing is this letter, which is that the handover must be done,
Yeah.
and that General Sintumule must engage with you. And
Yeah.
then did she? Did she engage with you?
Yes, she did. She did engage with me, not even once. She did engage with me plenty of times, General Sintumule.
She engaged with you many times?
Yes, many times.
After this letter?
After this letter, with reference to paragraph 5 of the letter.
So when she engaged with you, she was asking you to hand over the dockets
Yes,
and
to comply with the instruction, because it's her who has been instructed. So mine is to take the dockets that I'm accounting for and give to her so as she can comply.
And did you?
Yes, I did. I did give the dockets to her.
When did you give it to her?
The date, it's supposed to be further down my my affidavit. There were 2 dates when the dockets were handed over.
Was it after the meeting with the minister on the 27th of March or before?
Way after, yeah, no, around that time. I think the 28th, the first batch of dockets were handed over, and then
Okay.
the following month, the 3 remaining dockets, then I handed over to her.
And what's the explanation for the delay between 4 February to 28 March?
Firstly, there were lots of activities that were happening. Between the 4th of February 2025 and the 5th of March 2025, which talks to the whole month. So it was during that period when the Divisional Commissioner Detectives and Forensic Services then was engaging me on the need of me handing over these dockets to her so as she can comply with the directives. And then on the 5th of March, that is when then on paragraph 156, there was another activity that talks to the political killings task team.
Okay, and that was
Advocate Hassim, the reference we're looking for is paragraph 171 on page 69.
Yes, the 28th of March was when it was handed, when dockets were handed over. That's correct. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. And that was after the meeting with the minister on the 27th. And I was asking you why there was such a big delay between this and the 4th of February, between 28th of March and the 4th of February. And you said there were a lot of activities that were taking place in the interim.
Yes.
Right? And one of them is the 5th of March, appearing before the Portfolio Committee, where you made a presentation.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And that presentation is attached as SDK 29 in the bundle. And, you know, this presentation was prepared for the Portfolio Committee. Did you make the presentation to the Portfolio Committee?
Yes, Commissioner, I was in attendance of the Portfolio Committee and I did present the same presentation.
And what was the, there were, well, maybe let's just go to that paragraph. It's paragraph 156. And can you just read paragraph 156?
On the 5th of March 2025, I appeared before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Police for a briefing on challenges relating to an instability of the Crime Intelligence Division, including the background on the investigation against Major General Khan, then 2, background and status of political killings task team, and then 3, details about KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner's interview during 2025 Police Day.
Okay,
That was in line with the invitation from the Portfolio Committee. 2 of the issues that were on the agenda were going to be presented by myself, and 1 was going to be presented by Provincial Commissioner Kaiser.
So you were requested by the committee to address these 3 topics?
These topics.
Well, okay, you and the Provincial Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the topics, as we know, is on the PKTT. And can we go to paragraph 157 then?
Before you do that, Ms. Hassan, you moved a bit too fast for me. I didn't realize you had moved off this letter. General, that letter from General Sibia of the 4th of February, this is the letter to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. Now, the last paragraph, 7, at page 242, it says you are required to ensure, this is to General Sintumule, you say, you are required to ensure that this is done within 7 days after listing what it is that is required of him. It says you are to do this within 7 days, in also considering the content of the attached correspondence sent to the Divisional Commissioner, which you will also ensure that the closing report is submitted as per the directive of the National Commissioner. Now, this is the 4th of February. Had the National Commissioner issued a directive to General Sibia or to you or to anyone to submit a closing report?
No, thank you, Commissioner. No, this was the continuation of the anomaly that started from the 13th, 14th, 17th. So this was still the continuation where two conflicting processes were continuing.
Yes. And would General Sibia have been aware that you and the National Commissioner prepared and submitted that report of the 22nd of January to the Minister? Do you expect him, or do you know whether he was aware of it?
No, I won't know, Commissioner, other than to rely on the feedback that I got from the National Commissioner when I was asking for the way forward.
Yes.
That said, no, don't mind. I've told General Sibia to leave this thing to the two of us.
Okay.
So based on that, I'll take it that he was aware that the National Commissioner is dealing with this issue.
All right. And lastly, from your discussions with the National Commissioner, or in your discussions with the National Commissioner, did you inform him about this approach from General Sintumule to you?
The
National Commissioner, did you, now that...
With specific reference, Commissioner, to the letter dated the 17th.
The letter of the 17th, but also that General Sintumule has now spoken to you because of this latest letter from General Sibia. Well,
yes, Commissioner, I was continuously updating the National Commissioner every time I receive a letter that is contrary to what we are doing. Then I'll report and share the letter with him.
okay. And do you know if he ever spoke to General Sibia about this parallel process?
I won't know, Commissioner, if he did speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Okay, so we are in March at the Portfolio Committee, and you'd been requested by the Portfolio Committee to address those three topics. One of the topics relates to the PKTT, and you made a presentation on the PKTT to the Portfolio Committee. Now, your presentation is here as SDK 29, and it's quite long, and we don't really need to go into the weeds on it. But as I understand it, it's in two parts. The first is on crime intelligence and the work of crime intelligence, and the second part deals with the PKTT. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And if I can just turn then to page 273 of that presentation. That page explains the contents of the report that is to follow. And the headings, if you could just read out what the headings are.
The headings that were included in the briefing to the Portfolio Committee, the first one was the background of the Political Killings Task Team, followed by the funding and expenditure since inception. And then the third one, successes achieved. The fourth one, the current status of the Political Killings Task Team.
Okay. So in this presentation, apart from the background and the update on the work, much of this has already been presented to the Commission by yourself and by General Mkhunazi. There is a slide that deals with the budget. Just going to find it. It's page 277. And this slide talks, it sets out the, correct me if I'm wrong, but the expenditure of the PKTT from 2018, which would be July 2018, until February 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And all of these, can you explain to the Commission where this information comes from and whether it was in line with the budget that had been approved for the PKTT? And can you confirm that there had been, that was my sub-question, that there had been budgets approved for the PKTT in each of these years?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I indicated earlier on, that towards the end of each and every financial year, each department that is involved in this project will then start looking at their financial authorities. So the South African Police Service will do the same. Hence, then there will be an application for both the approval for the extension as well as the budget thereof. So it will be in one approval. Hence, then all those applications, there is a signature of the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, who must indicate the availability of the funds before the National Commissioner approves both the extension and the usage of those funds that are available. So the report on this specific day was prepared by the Chief Financial Officer's office and also presented by the CFO in the Portfolio Committee as she was in attendance. So it was the figures that are from the system that is managed by the CFO. Hence, then on the far right, we will see the figures of expenses. Then from the financial authority or the application, there will be an application for an estimated budget. But in this report, then what is reflected on the far right are the actual expenses for that particular period.
Thank you. Now, this goes up, General, up until February 2025. And I think from there onwards, what we have is in the exhibits bundle. And if we could look at the bundle, the file 1 of the exhibits. And if we could begin with CJC 18. You've got it?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so CJC 18. As I understand it now, this is an information note that's prepared, a request for financial approval for the period 1st April to 30 June 2025. So,
Ms. Hazim, if we are going to be
Yeah.
much longer, may we take an adjournment and resume at 4:15, please?
thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Okay, General, it's our last lap. We were dealing with the budget. And where we were was CJC 18. This was a request for financial approval for an extension for the period 1 April 2025 to 30 June 2025. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And did you prepare this note?
Yes. Yes, I did.
And if we can just go to page 132. Actually, let's just take it for one step back. Let's just start with the first page. You begin this information note by explaining that this comes after the directive of the minister to disband.
That is correct.
So you then go on to explain why you continuing to make this request. So perhaps you can just explain that with reference to paragraph 3 of the background. So, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. On the background, it's more of the events that took place from the 31st of December letter, which then we were using as a background because it was during that period of uncertainty. The financial authority and extension had expired on the 31st of March. Hence, then we prepared this one that was going to kickstart from the 1st of April. And the background now is changing. It is talking to the letter as it came on the 31st of December, various meetings that has taken place, and the winding down plan as approved or suggested by the National Commissioner that this is how he's going to handle the situation during that time. Hence, then we had to prepare the extension as well as the financial authority for a shorter period, which was the financial authority was for the whole financial year as it was prepared, which was going then to allow the winding down plan. That is what is mainly contained in the background.
So that explains why at paragraph 4 on page 127, you estimate the expenditure for 68 members. It's for a smaller number.
That is correct. The estimation there is for a smaller number that will see the dockets that are at court through.
And that estimation, if we look at the table, it says 68 SAPS members per month for 12 months. I understand that to be that's incorrect. It's not supposed to be for 12 months, right? It's for 2 months.
More especially, it's a typing error, more especially if we look at the first recommendation on the same page, which reads the approval for extension be granted for the duration of 3 months.
3 months, 1st April to 30 June.
Yes.
And so the budget that was requested here was about 9.9 million.
That's correct, Commissioner.
With that correction, General, the heading where it says estimated expenditure for the period, what then would that be for? Because as it stands now, it's for 12 months. What months are we looking at?
3 months.
From which period? From 1 April?
From 1st of April until 30th of June, Commissioner.
So as per the first bullet under recommendations, Commissioner, by the way. So the estimation was about 9.9 million for those 3 months. And then if we turn over, can you just explain then the notes of the CFO?
The CFO is indicating that, yes, the funds will be available as per discussion with the National Commissioner and per approved call-up instruction signed by the same National Commissioner. An amount for only 1 month is confirmed. The rest of the request for the funding beyond 1 month must be submitted as part of the budget input of the cost center if the project is to continue. So it's the same comment like we had seen in one of the recommendations by the CFO, where at the beginning of the financial year, she will allocate for the first few months, awaiting the final allocation of the budget. But the difference here is the drafter, the compiler, which is myself, was recommending 3 months based on experience that the final allocation of budget takes the maximum of 3 months. Now, the discussion between the CFO and the National Commissioner overruled the 3 months and went to 1 month. So one can be of a view that maybe it was because of the uncertainty around the task team extension.
So the approval then was for 1 month.
That is correct.
And the National Commissioner's signature was on 7 April 2025. That explains then why there's a request, a second request that's made, and that's at page 130, and it's CJC 19. And that's, again, a request for financial approval for the period 1 May 2025 to 31 July. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioners, for another 3 months.
And as with the previous request for approval that we just read, you set out the background to the request, and then you set out the amount that you are requesting at page 132.
Yes, Commissioners.
And here you estimate expenditure for the period 1 May 2025 to 31 July 2025 for this time 56 SAPS members. So is this in line, again, with the phasing out?
It is
or
in line
winding down
with the winding down, because the National Commissioner's proposal was, as the case is finalized, those that were dealing with the case will withdraw. And then that's why the numbers kept on going down.
And what was the budget you requested here?
It was 8.4 million, and then the funds that were made available by the CFO were 13.2 million. Reason being, if we look at the period it starts from the 1st of April. Her recommendation includes the month that we had the authority for already. They do that for their cost center policies, that if you have the financial authorities that are 1 month each, it makes their maybe work difficult. Hence, there was an approval of the April 1 month, but then when we apply for 3 months, then she recommends 4 months. It means she's reversing and starting from the 1st of April.
So that's the reason for the increase.
For the increase.
The increase, the 13.2
Yes.
instead of 8.4.
Yes.
And that was approved by the National Commissioner, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And that takes you up until the 31st of July.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Then we come to CJC 20. And this is a request for financial approval for 1 August 2025 to 31 March 2026.
That is correct, Commissioners. Now, this one is for the remainder of the financial year, as the applications have been done in drips and drabs periodically. Now, this one is for the whole financial year.
So why is this one now for, the ones that were done earlier, you said, was because of the uncertainty, and so there were small extensions. Why is this one for a longer period?
Firstly, the budget allocations had been finalized, and then secondly, one being part of, as I've said, that this was the period where there were lots of factors affecting the decision making. So from the application of 3 months, as it's a norm, whilst waiting for the final allocation of budget, then instead 1 month is approved. And then the next batch it's 4 months. Then this time around, if now we can link this with the other parts of my affidavit, it was after the long sought after reasons for the disbandment were starting to be clear, or they were clear, that they are not genuine. So then the application can be now for the whole month, as powers vested on the accounting officer to approve the budget of SAPS.
You say general allocations had been done as at this stage. Were these allocations done in accordance with the original PKTT numbers, or were they done in accordance with the numbers that were dwindling?
They were done in accordance with the last number that was dwindling.
Thank you.
So at this point in August, you felt emboldened to ask for an financial approval for a longer period.
From the compiler's point of view,
Which is you.
yes, the commissioners, the reason behind that is the understanding of the finalization of the allocation process. Because that's what we have been doing all these years. The first few months, maximum of 3 of the financial year, you are given the provisional approval. Then after that, then there is allocation. Then you will get then the approval for the whole financial year. That is the official reason from my side as a drafter.
That's the official reason. Your official reason is then it's about the budget cycle.
Yes.
Okay. And you make the request then for 1 August 2025 to 31 March 2026.
Yes.
And can you just explain the table, the numbers and the amount requested? The number of members, so this is,
The number of members now, it's 56, and then with all those allocations, it gives the total of 31.1 million.
and that was signed, this was signed by General Mkhunazi.
Yes.
Not by you. The previous ones were signed by you.
Yes, the reason being, as the whole world know, that I've been arrested and removed from some of the responsibilities. Now, I could not sign off some of the things that were supposed to be signed by myself.
Okay, so that,
Hence, maybe to also include, hence then even the cost center as reflected there on page 136, because that will be very specific as to where the budget will be allocated to. Under recommendation number 2, the estimated budget of 31.1 million be approved and funded from the national budget, and such budget be managed at Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal. Because of my inability since the June or July, somewhere there, the arrest up to date.
Just to clarify, General, you haven't been suspended. You're not on suspension from work. Or are you? Maybe let me ask, have you been suspended?
I am not suspended, but I am not allowed to perform my duties.
All right, thank you.
okay, so that explains the signature then by General Mkhunazi. I also see that in the second bullet under recommendations, that there's a reference to Annexure A and B. We don't have that. We don't have that in this bundle, but I think it would be important for us to get those annexures just to complete this set of documents. Would it be possible to get those?
Which ones?
So it's the second bullet under recommendations on page 136.
The second bullet.
Yes.
Yes.
Estimated budget. And then the last line, as recommended by the CFO as per attached annexure A and B.
Yes, we can provide those annexures.
Thank you. Just to finish this off though, that was the request was for 31 million. Can we just complete this by referring to what the CFO then recommended?
Thank you, Commissioners. The estimated budget applied for was 31.1 million, and the CFO is availing plus minus 27 million. Reason being, that's why the CFO is explaining that the management of this budget should be such it is utilized up until the end of February 2025, which is a month before. Reason being that all the expenses during March will be accommodated for in the new financial year. So it's not a decrease on the estimated budget. It's a minus of 1 month expenditure, which is March the following year.
You said 2025, it's 2026, General.
Oh, apologies, Commissioners, 2026.
Thank you, Chair. And
You also referred to the financial year. Am I mistaken that the government's financial year starts on the 1st of April each year?
That is correct, Commissioner. It starts on the 1st of April. But the reason why the Chief Financial Officer made such a comment is this plus minus 27 million budget can be utilized up until the expenditure of the end of February. And then for the last month of the financial year, which is March, will fall on the new financial year starting from the 1st of April 2026.
Thank you, General.
Perhaps I realize perhaps I should have completed my question, just so that it doesn't remain hanging. General, when I asked you that you are not at work and you confirmed you are not on suspension, you said you are not allowed to do your work. What do you mean by that? Who doesn't allow? Is it the National Commissioner is not allowing you to do your work?
No, it is the bail condition.
Thank you.
and then, General, can you just finish with this document? So what the National Commissioner then noted?
The approval by the National Commissioner with comments as per CFO, comments, I think.
So he approved it
He
in line?
approved in line with what the CFO have said above.
And the PKTT, therefore, is now operating under this financial approval?
Under this financial approval up until the end of March 2026.
Thank you.
Maybe, Chair, Commissioners, before I step off, because one is receiving lots of information as this process is moving on. The allegations or the information that talks to only the financial approvals granted is misleading, because if you look at our applications, they include both the application for extension. That's why on all of them there are two recommendations for the National Commissioner to approve the usage of the budget as availed by the CFO and also the extension. So the same document gives the approval of both the function and the budget thereof. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. So we started this discussion on the budget. It was an extension of what you had been presenting to Parliament on the 5th of March. So if we can just return now in our timeline back to 5 March 2025. I just want to ask you whether in this presentation to the Portfolio Committee, whether there were any concerns raised by the Portfolio Committee with the work of the PKTT that you'd presented.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. One, looking at the invitation, and the agenda as provided by the portfolio committee, one will be of the view that it was informed by the current situation. Hence, it was talking to instability within crime intelligence division because of misinformation that was spreading almost every day in the social and print media. And then on the other hand, the issue of the disbandment of the political killings came in to join during that discussion. So one is of the view that the portfolio committee deemed it fit for them to be briefed on these two burning issues. I choose to use burning issues because they were burning issues. And indeed, we prepared to the best of our ability from our side to cover the two areas, which is the instability within the division, giving the reason of each and every misinformation that is seen out there. And then on the other hand, also a detailed presentation on the political killings task team. The political killings task team briefing was not so difficult to prepare because we had not long ago prepared the 27-page document for the minister. Then it was a matter of updating and converting it into a presentation format that will be used to brief the portfolio committee. So after both the briefings, one, this is my view, one was expecting the burning discussion as these were burning issues. But one then did not really get the burning. There were comments there and there, but not really burning discussions around the issues. One of the issues on the attachment is the one that talks to the story that was all over the social and print media of the division employing a 29-year-old girl, which then in the briefing, it was there with all evidence, with everything that was done. But one then also did not get it discussed there the way it's burning when it is discussed on the social and print media. Hence, then 2 months after that, we were still arrested and charged for the same thing that we had explained even to the portfolio committee. So my assessment will be the discussion was not as burning as the issues were discussed before we were invited.
Can I just make one comment on what you said, General Khumalo? A 29-year-old would not be a girl, but a woman.
But the headline?
No. You referred to the 29-year-old girl. I'm just saying a 29-year-old would not be a girl.
I was quoting the print media headline.
I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so that was the 5th of March, and then as I understand, still on the 5th of March, you moved from the portfolio committee to a briefing with the minister.
Yes, after the disbandment discussion was not as burning within SAPS now by then it started to burn a day after presentation to the portfolio committee. Hence, then we received the invitation for a meeting in Cape Town for the 6th of March.
Oh, it was the 6th of March?
Yeah.
Just so that we track your statement as far as possible, we were at paragraph 157, and from there until paragraph 159, you deal with a correction you wanted to make to something that General Sabia said. I think you've covered it adequately in the statement. Unless there's something specific you wish to say in addition to what's here, could we just move on?
No, there is nothing else that I would like to add. I was just correcting that misquoting of the information that we presented on the 5th, that the team operating in silos was the then provincial team. It was not this team that was being disbanded. But in this affidavit, we are misquoted as if we are saying this team is working in silos. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's also, with that correction, there's also a part of this where you've quoted the very last paragraph. Do you want to correct that, or is that a correct representation of what you said? It says, due to the task team failing to deliver on their mandate, is it supposed to be you, or is this General Sibia providing an explanation why the minister disbanded, made the decision?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is the misinformation and misquoting by General Sibia in his affidavit.
Yes. In that he says you said this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you say you did not say that?
I did not say that.
Thank you.
I did say it in the briefing to the portfolio committee, but I was referring to the then provincial task team.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's turn then to 6 March. That's on paragraph 160 of your statement. You say that in preparation for the meeting, you proposed a plan in line with the recommendations that were set out in the 27-page report.
Yes.
Right? And
Yes,
that's,
Commissioner.
okay, and that's attached as SDK 30 in your bundle. And this briefing on the 6th of March, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, again says to the Minister much the same thing as what is contained in that 27-page report, including a plan for a gradual winding down. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. We were guided by the invitation. The invitation was not saying, I need a briefing on PKTT. It was saying the meeting is about PKTT disbandment implementation. Hence, then the National Commissioner decided that we take the same process or information that was in the unsigned information note, and we deduct it into a presentation in preparation for the meeting of the 6th of March in Cape Town.
So this is the first time that you refer to a disbandment plan?
Yes.
In your
Yes.
briefing on the 6th of
Yes.
March. And the plan is, you've reproduced it at page 66 in the table. The overall activities that would have to happen to implement that plan.
Yes, Commissioners.
And the first row says approval of disbandment plan. as an activity, and the responsibility is a Minister of Police, and the due date is 6 March 2025. Can you explain that?
We had to prepare the disbandment plan correctly so with the activity, the responsible person and the due date for that activity, and then hence then this was included in the plan itself. But the plan, the presentation was in details explaining everything as it was explained in the unsigned information note of 22nd of January.
Can I just ask why the dates on page 66, paragraph 162, differ from the dates in the action plan on page 300 of the annexures bundle?
So, Commissioner, can you remind me of the page number?
Page 300.
Thank you.
And while you're there, General, that all of the dates differ, so you
Yes.
might want to explain this table.
Yeah, the explanation was going to be covered as I move on with this affidavit, but to explain, these dates were informed by the meeting date that as we meet on the 6th, we present, and then the minister approves on the 6th of March. Then, unfortunately, it was not approved. Instead, the meeting was rescheduled for the 27th of March. Hence, then the dates are moving now from the 6th to the 27th of March. So everything was going to be kick-started by the approval. If the approval is done on the 6th of March, then others are continuing. If the approval is done on the 27th of March, then other activities will continue.
Is
But
that is that what you refer to in paragraph 164, the last sentence, maybe the second last on page 67? Sorry, Advocate Hassan.
No problem.
That is exactly what I'm referring to, Commissioners. The way I understood it was to mean then the absence of any agreement or approval on the way forward, there will be no movement of dockets or personnel because nothing is approved. The information note is not approved up to date. The proposed plan was not approved in Cape Town on the 6th. The amended proposed plan was not approved on the 27th of March. So up to date, there is nothing that is approved.
So just to be clear, the table then, the action plan table is continuously updated because everything can only flow from the first item, which is an approval of the plan.
Yes, Commissioners, if I'm invited for the disbandment meeting tomorrow, I will change the date on the action plan and put tomorrow's date for approval. So it will keep on moving up until it's approved.
Now, who was present at this meeting?
The first meeting,
The meeting of
you
the 6th.
Commissioners,
Sorry, before we, at 6th of March.
presence in the first meeting in Cape Town, it was the Minister, the National Commissioner, the Deputy National Commissioner Policing, Lieutenant General Musigidi, the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia, the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister of Police, Mr. Nkabinde, the Divisional Commissioner of Detective Services and Detectives and Forensic Services, Lieutenant General Sintumule, and a Lieutenant Colonel then from the team, and myself.
And in your statement, you say, after you presented this plan, the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing were in favor of the plan. And does that mean none of the others present were in favor?
That definitely means that because the plan was or is for the National Commissioner, it's his plan, the winding down plan, then he had to support it because it's his plan. And then the Deputy National Commissioner Policing did support the plan. I remember very well even her words, and one of the reasons, because she said, if we disband now, as the letter says, and we say all the members must go back to their respective stations, then a member from Cape Town, by the time he arrives in Cape Town, he gets the subpoena to go to Mtuba KZN to attend the court case. And then he comes back. By the time he arrives, then General Musigiri said that will be not so nice or good or possible for the members to continue with these cases whilst they are back to their stations of origin. So indeed,
It wouldn't be cost effective either, would it?
on top of that, not cost effective and dangerous and impossible. The whole idea of having coordinated work won't be there.
So you say that you mentioned particularly General Sabia and the Chief of Staff of the Minister as being against the plan, and they favored immediate disbandment. Did they say why?
The main reason, because I was part of the meeting, then everybody, after I presented, especially if you are a presenter, you listen attentively when your audience is now asking questions, because you want to do whatever, to understand whatever input they are going to have. Hence, then I still recall most of the inputs that were made there. The main point that the Chief of Staff as well as the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, they were against, was in the plan, disbandment plan, not to show the immediate. In other words, they were against the whole plan because the plan has got the winding down thinking. But then they will even, one of them will even say, it means you are defying the instruction of the minister because the minister says disband now. So that was the main point. And also somewhere in the plan, we had referred to the dockets under investigations to remain with the political killings task team. You see, so they were against even the alphabet PKTT. It was supposed to not to be there, and then replace it with something else. And also the other issue was the destination of the dockets. The proposal was talking to the dockets moved to the provincial office, so as the provincial commissioner can decide and design the way he is going to continue with these dockets without much of the damage caused. But then the the points against was these dockets must go back to their stations of origin, where they were picked from without being investigated.
General, was it proper for the Minister's Chief of Staff to participate in these discussions?
In my view, also looking at my experience, Commissioner, I will definitely say it was not proper. I've sat in meetings where the chiefs of staff are sitting. According to me, it was not proper because they don't normally take part in the decision or discussion that is there during that meeting. In most cases, they act as record keepers of the chairperson, who will be the minister, in terms of decisions and whatever other assistance or support function of the minister, not to be. Because now, especially in the subject matter, it's the experts that are discussing this subject matter. And now there are no expertise of a chief of staff that are expected then to contribute in the point of discussion.
And what was the alternative name they were suggesting?
If my memory serves me well, instead of saying PKTT, it was just say investigators, so which will be open to any other investigator.
Thank you.
General, am I correct to describe, would I be correct rather, to describe the discussion, the plan about winding down as an operational matter and decision? How you're going to wind down and where dockets will go, does that fall in the category of operational decisions?
Thank you, Commissioner. It's pure operational. Maybe what makes it looks like administrative is the use of the term winding down. The proper and correct term or word that is used in an operational environment is demobilization. It took us 4 years to mobilize. Now, it cannot take you a day to demobilize what you mobilized for 4 years. So the winding down is also talking to that operational understanding, yes, because you have to demobilize resources, which will take you at least half a time that took you to mobilize, yes, if you are not having bad intentions.
Yes. And is it appropriate or regular for a chief of staff who's not a member of the policing environment as such, if I'm using the correct word, to have input into decisions that you describe as demobilizing, for example, a plan, how it's going to unroll? Is it appropriate? Is it regular?
I'll choose inappropriate, Commissioner, because the benefit of doubt one can give, because the Chief of Staff, we know and we are told that he is a former police officer. So maybe that might have contributed. I'll make an example. If the Chief of Staff was a former teacher, definitely the Chief of Staff won't be tempted even to comment, because the subject for discussion, it's something that has got to do with the support functions of the minister as well as any other administrative functions. It's pure operational.
Thank you.
But as I understand you, even if the chief of staff had experience in policing, it would still not be appropriate for the chief of staff, as chief of staff, to participate in a decision-making regarding operational matters.
That's exactly my view, commissioners. Hence, then I say maybe the chief of staff was overpowered by the police experience to think that, or to put down the cap of being a chief of staff and wear the cap of being my second in charge as the project manager of this operation.
Yeah, okay, we'll find out in due course whether you're being generous to him or not, General, with that explanation. Something else relating to this, when General Sibia and the Chief of Staff, as you say, they were arguing for immediate disbandment, did the Minister explain to them or differ with them about what he meant when he said the disbandment must happen immediately in his letter? Did he offer them any suggestions about what he meant?
As a chairperson, thank you, commissioners. As a chairperson, the minister listened to the presentation, the plan, and listened to the inputs. And then the parting words or the closing words as a chairperson were then go back and do the amendments as per the comments, and then deduct this presentation into an information note where I can sign on the rescheduled meeting of the 27th of March.
The short answer to my question is the Minister did not say to them what he meant when he says immediate disbandment.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can you, I mean, there are two things I think that emerged from what you were saying in this paragraph. The one is the pushing back against something that is gradual, wanting the disbandment to happen immediately. But the second is that it was about the PKTT itself, that was the concern, that the longer it took, the longer the PKTT would be in existence. So that was the real nub of the objection, isn't that so?
Yeah, one can add that, as it's reflected also in my affidavit, that the winding down was going to prolong the lifespan of the PKTT. There are cases that will be at court for the next 4 or 5 years. So that will mean it will be maybe after the end of the term of the minister who disbanded, and then the disbandment will not have happened. I'm making an example. So the winding down plan had that as an issue, that it's not going to talk to the immediate.
Okay, thank you. So still on 164, just to complete this, on this meeting on the 6th of March, could you just read into the record the last few lines of that paragraph, starting from "there was no firm resolution"? It's paragraph 164. It's
From the beginning.
no. From the bottom up, 5 lines. Just if you could read from where it says "there was no firm resolution."
Page 67, General.
Page 67.
On page 67, line
Page 67, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the top.
Thank you, Commissioners. It reads thus: there was no firm resolution, and it was agreed that a further meeting will be convened on the 27th of March 2025. I understood this to mean that the absence of an agreement on the way forward, there will be no movement of the dockets or personnel. In other words, the PKTT will continue its work because there is still no approval of the proposed disbandment plan.
Okay. So 165 and 166 we've actually covered. It's here in the timeline. It relates to the arrest of Mr. Matlala. We can move past that. Let's go then straight to the 27th of March, when there was a follow-up meeting. Who was present at this meeting?
Then the 27th of March, as the Cape Town meeting was rescheduled to, in attendance was the Minister, the 2 Deputy Ministers, the National Commissioner, the Lieutenant General Sentumule of Detectives, the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibia, myself, and a Lieutenant Colonel from the team.
Now, you say the 2 deputy ministers. Who are you talking about here?
It's Deputy Minister Bushielo and Deputy Minister Matala.
Okay, so they were present. Is this the first time that they became involved in this discussion? Or were they involved in discussions before this regarding the disbandment?
In terms of my records, this was the first time that they were part of this discussion.
And did you present again on the plan, on a disbandment plan at this meeting?
Yeah. Maybe let me start by reminding the commissioners that the resolution of Cape Town meeting was for us to deduct the presented draft plan with the inputs into an information note. So we had an idea that it's going to be a very short meeting. Even in my preparation, I was just prepared to point to the amendments to say on this slide, here there was PKTT. Now it's replaced by investigators.
General,
now here.
General, I did not want to stop you mid-sentence, but that's the longest sentence I've ever had to listen to. Sorry to interrupt you. And on the 4th line...
And that's saying a lot when it comes to the general.
4th line, General, you referred to Lieutenant General Kumalo, and then Lieutenant Colonel and me. Is there another Lieutenant General Kumalo?
It's a typing error, Commissioner. There is one Lieutenant General Kumalo. It's me.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks, General.
In this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So
sorry, I was asking the question, you were answering the question of whether you were presenting the revised disbandment plan to this meeting.
Yes, according to our understanding, attendees, the follow-up meeting was for us to point out on the changes made on the presentation and submit the information note format for approval. So when then we were about to start that presentation, and then the mistake, I call it a mistake for the lack of a better word, that happened is on the number of dockets, there was already a a difference from one of the categories of the number of dockets between the 6th of March in Cape Town and the 27th of March, because the team was still operating. So there will be changes, especially on the part where you report the number and categories and status of dockets. Now, it happened then that the first slide was showing that different number, which then made the meeting not to continue as planned, because one had to try to explain why there is now a new number, and then the new number, according to us, was on the positive, because it was talking to a case that was previously under investigation. Now it was at court. But then we got then the comments that were suggesting that we do not want to stop the investigations because now there are different numbers, and then the discussion from there was around us not wanting, especially I'll refer to myself as the project leader, because I was named by the chairperson, the minister, as a person who does not want to disband the task team. And then the meeting did not continue.
Can I pause you for a second, just to be clear? So what caused the unhappiness was that your presentation had been updated to reflect the work that had been done on those cases.
Yes, most especially between the figures that we presented in Cape Town,
Yes.
and the figures now that we are presenting in
Yes.
Pretoria on the 27th.
You're referring to this
That is-
type of
That is
report.
correct.
So that's page 295. This comes from the 6 March presentation, but
Yes.
you would have updated it for the 27th
For
of
the
March.
27th.
So it's not an entirely new table, it's just that the numbers have changed because work has been done on the dockets.
Yes, and according to my view, it was not supposed to be an issue because the main part was the disbandment plan. The progress on working, because we all knew that nothing has changed. The team is still working until the disbandment plan is approved. But now the non-issue became an issue, that because now there are changes in the numbers, then we could not then continue with the disbandment plan amendments.
General, apologies to you and also apologies to you, Ms. Hassim, for interrupting your flow. General, may I ask you to read paragraph 167 from line 7 and also paragraphs 168, 169 and 170 into the record, please.
Before you do that, Chair, with your permission, Ms. Hassim, you flashed a document, a colorful document, to the General to check if that's what he's referring to. I think for the record, and you
Yes.
said page 295.
For the record, I
is
said
that SDK 30? Is that part?
Yes,
Does
of the
that come
6
from
March
SDK 30?
presentation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
From where it says the minister seemed.
The minister seemed angry with me, General, from there all the way to paragraph 170.
Thank you, Chair. I'll read on record. On last part of paragraph 167, the minister seemed angry with me. At this point, the National Commissioner and I were still proposing that the disbandment should be implemented But if it was
Should not be.
should not be implemented, but if it was going to be implemented, that it be a gradual disbandment as proposed as proposed in the 6th March 2025 meeting. Paragraph 168, the minister simply would not listen to anyone. He criticized me for being in charge of the PKTT and crime intelligence and questioned why was the National Commissioner and I were so invested in keeping the PKTT. He was now completely against the gradual approach and reverted to the immediate disbandment. Paragraph 169. When the minister was reminded that the PKTT was initiated in part by the president, he said that we should not mention the president and mention that he was tired of hearing about the president. Then he said that the president was in agreement that the PKTT be disbanded. I was shocked by this revelation, since the president was briefed about the work of the PKTT after it was deployed to assist in the Fort Hare University murder investigations.
170.
The minister also stated that it took a political decision to establish the PKTT. Therefore, it will take a political decision to disband it. The minister said that there will be no further meetings regarding this matter, and any further engagements will be held with the National Commissioner, and the meeting adjourned.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. Before we deal with what you say in 170, did anyone else speak in this meeting? Did anybody else weigh in and express a view on the disbandment?
It won't be easy to...
I mean, other than you and the National Commissioner who were proposing the plan.
Yeah, no, it won't be easy to recall, commissioners. It was one of those meetings that one would want to think about even when you are on retirement, because it was not a nice meeting, especially at the level where we are. We think we understand and we prepare, but then when you get to the meeting, So in terms of comments, and because this happened as I was starting with the briefing, so one was not really paying attention that much to whatever comments that will come from any other attendees.
So what was your response to the minister criticizing you for being in charge of the PKTT and crime intelligence?
It's a discussion that now and again will come from the same, I will say, individuals, which is not, according to me, necessary, because in the SAPS, especially as you move up the levels, you are expected then to have so many different roles that you play. And currently, I am the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence full-time, but then I'm also overseeing the political killings task team, not involved full-time like I was. There are commanders, there is everybody doing whatever that they need to do. But if, for instance, there is a need that there is a document that needs to be prepared for the principals, then the team will prepare and submit that document to me. So I'm only dealing with very high-level documents like the extension documents, which is once a year, and whatever other strategic issues that needs to be attended to. So that is the current situation.
And what is the substance of the criticism? Why is it being suggested that you cannot be the Divisional Commissioner for Intelligence and at the same time do work related to the PKTD? What's the substance of the criticism?
At first glance, Commissioner, thank you. At first glance, it would look like maybe not understanding what I was explaining. But then when you, because the other reason why the National Commissioner kept, maybe let me say, Commissioner, the two current interventions or task teams that are still in place were started and established by myself. The other one in 2017, I think the other one also in 2018 in Western Cape. But then as I was appointed at other environments, then the National Commissioner decided that you are going to oversee this. Now I'm going back to the understanding, because the National Commissioner has got the understanding that the methodology itself, it's our doing. So it's not easy for any other person to be associated with the methodology. Not that it talks to doing the work, but it talks to overseeing, giving guidance where it's necessary, because the idea is to grow the understanding of the methodology.
General, before this meeting of the 27th and this criticism, had the minister spoken to you or indicated concerns about your being in charge of the PKTT and being in crime intelligence, the boss of crime intelligence? Had he recorded to you any concerns?
Not to me. That I've never been given an opportunity to engage. But in meetings where I'm part, it will come now and again, but not as a main point of discussion.
Is this in meetings with the minister?
Yes.
The minister being present in the meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And your immediate superior, General Sibia, has he formally raised any concerns with you about your dual roles?
Also, of late, maybe let me give it the timeline. This is the comment that started to be popular of late. Not because, if we may recall, my immediate supervisor recommending the extension done by me in March 2024. So I will say everything was rosy up until a particular time towards the end of the year, when then we start experiencing these comments also.
General Sibia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, General, you mentioned two other task teams. Are these task teams also national task teams?
They are multidisciplinary task teams of the police, SAPS.
And what are these other two that you're referring to?
The
What are
other one,
the names of the task teams?
the names, the other one has got a very ugly name, a Zulu name, Umgodi Wemvubu, which is in
Wemvubu. Wemvubu, one?
Can you repeat it?
Umgodi wemvubu.
Oh, I wanted to hear the
Yeah.
name, yeah.
Yeah, it is in the border of South Africa and Mozambique, dealing with the cross-border crimes, or more especially cross-border vehicle thefts or hijackings. And then it's another multidisciplinary project or task team with investigating officers, combat, LCRC, some of the expertise. Also, the other one is formerly Operation Thunder in Cape Town. That was later in 2018 changed to Operation Lockdown. That is still on.
Okay, so when was the first operation task team established? Operation Ngodi?
Yeah, in 2017, I don't have the specific month.
Okay. By you?
Yes,
And the second task team was also started by you?
in Western Cape, yes,
That's in the Western Cape?
yes,
And when?
2018.
2018. And are they still in existence?
They are still in existence, the two task teams.
Okay, but these are not overseen by you?
Yes, I wanted to explain that, commissioners, that when I was introducing myself, more especially at the level of a brigadier, this was my line function to plan, coordinate, and implement national intervention operations, in short, task teams. So during those years, 2016, 2017, 2018, I was a brigadier doing exactly that. So that is why then I refer to them as established by myself, but they were established by myself as my line function by then.
Thanks. Okay, let's just move to, okay, so the meeting ended and it ended badly on the 27th.
Yes.
And so there was no approval of a plan or anything. Okay, and then 171, that's when you hand over the dockets to General Sentumule. How did that come about? Was it just upon a request from General Sentumule that you handed them over, and where were they?
The
Where did you get did you ask for the dockets to be sent to you and then it was handed over to General Sentumule? How did it happen?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The instruction from Lieutenant General Sibia to Johnson Tumule had come long time ago, I think beginning of March or February, if I'm not mistaken, and there were lots of activities and discussions and meetings that were happening. So the persistence from Lieutenant General Sentumule was only more during the first month. But then from the 5th of March, these activities started. Then there was, then maybe also from her side, the hope that these meetings and activities will give light to that instruction. But then after the meeting or around the meeting of the 27th, then that is when then it's the persistence started again that I have this instruction to comply with. It's me who's in trouble, not you. You are not instructed. So for you is just to hand over the dockets to me, and then I will be seen to have complied. That's exactly what I did. I am accounting for all the dockets allocated to the task team PKTT as a project manager, and then I had to formally hand over the accounting of those dockets under investigation to Lieutenant General Tumule as instructed by her Deputy National Commissioner General B
Okay.
on the 28th and the 23rd.
And those letters, we don't need to go through them, but they're attached as SDK 31, the handover letters.
Yes.
And so to complete this, this part of the statement, then, you did not inform General Mkunazi about this.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And so that's why you received a letter on the 22nd of May, paragraph 174 of your statement. You say you received a request from the Provincial Commissioner, KZN, inquiring about the whereabouts of the dockets.
That's correct, Commissioners. As a project manager, I'm accounting for each and every docket. Now, I take these 121, I hand them over to Lieutenant General Sintumul. And then during the accounting session, then chaired by the Provincial Commissioner, he is inquiring about the status of these dockets, and he gets the report that they were taken by me. Yeah.
Okay, so you assumed that he was aware. Is that why you didn't inform him?
Not that I assumed that he was aware. Firstly, it was not my place to inform, because the period, as I've said, it was the period of uncertainty, and then one would have thought that after the agreement of whatever way forward, then the National Commissioner is the one who's going to inform us all, because even myself, I needed to be informed. So all of us were waiting to be informed as to the way forward.
Okay, so the next section then of the statement is about the return of the
Advocate
dockets.
Asim, do you mind just dealing with paragraph 172? It can just be read because it's something that will come up. Just read it, General, into the record.
Thank you, Commissioners. I will read on record paragraph 172. On the 16th of April 2025, Brigadier Nkwashu, who is, let me read it as it is, on the 16th of April 2025, Brigadier Nkwashu made an attempt to retrieve the criminal dockets pertaining to the case in which Mr. Katiso Mulife was charged during December 2024. According to Brigadier Nkwashu, this action was taken following a direct instruction from the Provincial Commissioner, who allegedly mandated that the docket be handed over immediately. The Brigadier further stated that failure to comply with this instruction will result in disciplinary actions being taken against the responsible parties. The circumstances surrounding this request, including its agency, raised suspicions. That paragraph is included in my affidavit as per the report received from the witnesses A, B, and C, in their also included in their affidavit.
And then paragraph 170.
Just before that, Ms. Hassim, what do you mean, General, when you say that Brigadier Nkwashu attempted to retrieve Mr. Katiso Mulife's docket?
This paragraph...
My focus is on attempted to retrieve. Did he want that the docket should be given to him?
That's exactly what we mean. He was instructing that this docket be given to him. And then it was an attempt because we did not approve it. It did not happen.
Did you make any inquiries that the provincial commissioner had indeed given the instruction that Brigadier Nkwashu was referring to?
Commissioners, no, I did not. My approach in situations like this, if a very junior member that is reporting to me is giving me a request from another senior officer, my response will be, tell him to call me. So I said they must tell Brigadier Nkwashu to tell the provincial commissioner to call me, and it did not happen.
Thank you.
I think that this is linked to paragraph 173, and maybe it's quicker if you read the paragraph 173.
To read it on record,
Yes,
Senator
please.
Mansau. Paragraph 173. On the 22nd of April, Lieutenant General Sibia sent a communication to Lieutenant General Sintumule stating that in compliance with the instruction of the Minister of Police issued on the 31st of December and subsequent directive on the matter, you are advised that the process should be finalized by Thursday, the 24th of April. This includes the transfer of all dockets closed, currently under investigation and in court, to the Division Detective and Forensic Services. A final feedback report on the finalization of this process, including confirmation that all task team members have reported back to their stations of origin, is awaited on or before Friday, the 25th of April 2025.
Now, this letter is attached as SDK 32, but I would like you to just explain the timing of this letter. It's 22nd April. It follows the request for this particular docket of Mr. Molefe. And the instruction is you've underlined all dockets. Did that emphasis of all dockets, is that your emphasis, or was that General Sibia's emphasis?
Thank you, Commissioners. It is my emphasis. One is depending also on timeline analysis or chain of events. There was a time in my testimony where I referred to a period between February, March and April when the investigation was at an advanced stage for us to continue with the second phase of takedown on GCI ops. And we were in and out of NPA offices discussing, trying to get our way. And then during this period, we see now the revived efforts that are talking to the dockets, more especially now the dockets of GCI ops. We have delivered on the dockets of PKTT. But still, now the approach is direct, that it's talking to the GCI Ops dockets. Hence, our view that the closure or the disbandment of PKTT was a mistaken identity, because the dockets are handed over. Then soon after that, there is direct now attempts through Brigadier Nkwashu. There is a letter now on the 22nd of April that now demands all the dockets, meaning others have been received, but there are those that are still outstanding. That is what informs then our mistaken identity of the closure of PKTT.
General, in that paragraph, you say the letter of the 22nd was addressed to Lieutenant General Sintumule. But when you look at that letter, DSK 32, it seems to be addressed to you as well. Is it a mistake in the paragraph, or am I reading it wrong? So right at the top, it says Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence, and then in the second line, it says Detective and Forensic Services.
Yes, Commissioners, then I will apologize for that typing error. The letter was addressed to both of us.
Okay, I think we understand that and what your explanation is and why the request for all dockets. And just to cut to the chase, is this because there were members of the PKTT in GCI Ops, and that hence the confusion?
Yes, Commissioners, the process, as I explained during my testimony, that as to how the GCI Ops came about, it came about with the combination of counterintelligence investigation and Gauteng organized crime investigation, assisted by the PKTT. So out of all these three environments that were involved in the GCI Ops, it's the PKTT that came out as a target to neutralize whatever that the GCI Ops was busy with.
General, how did you and General Sintumule respond to General Sbia's letter of the 24th of April?
Thank you, Commissioner. My posture has never changed since the 7th of January. So one will say maybe that's why there will be an activity or a response if the letter is not addressed to me. So I will take it that the writer would have realized that for something to happen on my directive or instruction, I must address it to Lieutenant General Sintumule. So with this attempt on the letter addressed to both of us, my posture remained the same. No response, no nothing, no activity from my side. So the same posture from the 7th of January up until to date, maybe.
Or just for the record, I must correct myself. I said the letter of the 24th. It was the letter of the 22nd April. I think, the 24th was the deadline.
Thanks, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. So now we go to the section of the 121 dockets return. Now, this section from page 70 until page 72 is going to be the subject of evidence of another witness still to appear before the Commission, a detailed presentation of the process of the return of the dockets, meaning the receipt of the dockets back with the PKTT. And that took place on the 27th and 28th of August, correct?
I confirm, Commissioners.
I don't think it is going to assist us to go in detail through this section because we are going to get more detail in near future, but do you confirm the contents of these paragraphs up until 184?
Thank you, Commissioners. I do confirm my involvement as on the previous part of my testimony, the handing over on those 2 dates, and then also now the return on the 27th and 28th, my involvement as a responsible person and accounting for the dockets, but the witness who was directly involved with the process itself will come and testify. But I confirm everything.
Thanks. Can I just ask you 2 questions about the dockets only? One, there was the accusation that the dockets were gathering dust at head office while they were there. But we do know that there was inspection of the dockets that took place and maybe other things. I mean, do you believe that it was gathering dust, those dockets? What is your response to that? What is going on with the dockets for the period of time it was at head office between March and August 2025?
In my view, thank you, Commissioners. In my view, sometimes the choice of weights will determine the response. Maybe in this case, the choice of gathering dust is the one that can give you the unexpected reaction. But from my point of view, I will say the usage of the weights that since the dockets were handed over by myself to Lieutenant Justin Tumule, there is no investigation activity that took place. The only thing that happened was the inspection of the docket, as it is the line function of each and every commander who is having the dockets under his or her custody to inspect the docket, which is not part of the investigation, because during the inspection, that's where you give instructions to the investigating officer to go and investigate in the form of doing A, B, and C. But maybe the choice of weights in the form of gathering dust might make one to also use the inspection as investigation, the inspection process as the investigation process.
Can I ask a yes or no question? During this 4-month period, did the investigating officers have access to the dockets?
They did not have access to the dockets.
Thank you. And then my second question is, okay, so the first is there was no investigation on the dockets while they were. The second is there's been criticism that there are dockets amongst those 121 where there had been little movement for a long period of time. Can you explain that? Is that correct? And do you have an explanation for that?
Thank you, Commissioners. That is very correct. Again, it depends as to who is saying it. My yes is because I know the reason. The reason is in line with the methodology employed by the task team, PKTT. One will see from the dockets that were inspected at head office during that time, there were lots of directives that were saying, take this for inquest, take this for the decision for undetected, take this. So the methodology of being successful at a normal traditional investigation environment is to close as much dockets as possible, which is totally different from the task team. In the task team, you will investigate the docket in phases, employing all the available investigative aids that are there. When you have exhausted all of them, you put that docket away. You don't take it for inquest process. You put it away, and then you go back to the threat and risk assessment, because this docket is coming from a particular area. Then if there is a docket that is reported in that area, you will use the investigation of that docket with the hope that it will give you something that will resuscitate this investigation. Hence, then, we call our filing of those dockets a fridge, not a deep freezer, a fridge. A fridge is something that you open now and again, so as you don't forget. If there is a new case reported, before you analyze it, you go through the case that you have investigated and you have not yet have a breakthrough. So that will be correct for someone to say the last activity on this docket was in 2023 December. Now it's 2025. That might be the reason only.
Okay, so just to summarize what you're saying, the approach of the PKTT, if you hit a dead end on a docket, you've not been able to crack the case, so to speak, you don't close the docket. You keep it in the fridge, and you keep looking at it every time you have further information to see if you can make a breakthrough eventually. So you don't close it, you just keep it on ice for a while. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And you say that is different from the traditional method?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So those are my only questions on the dockets, General. As I said, we will be dealing with that in future in more detail. So the last section then of your statement starts on page 73. And it's what you describe as the retaliation against the PKTT. And in this section, you explain what you understand to be retaliation through several cases that have been brought against members of the PKTT. Are you able to summarize what you wish to say in this section for the Commission?
Thank you, Commissioners. I will indeed summarize this by just pointing to the fact that after the realization that PKTT was a mistaken identity in blocking the GCI Ops investigations, then one realized that during December, the first objective of the opposition, I'll say so, was to deal with the project leader. Hence, there were lots of activities that were talking to the arrest of the project leader. Evidence has been led, and I've referred to quite number of examples. Even the team, PKTT, most of the cases, if not all, they were registered in December 2024, the busiest month. So the closure of PKTT that happened on the 31st of March of December 24, according to our analysis, was the second attempt. The first attempt was to arrest and disrupt the activities that are continuing, and then came the disbandment. So there are lots of cases that has been indicated as part of evidence. One of them is the case that the 7 of us from the Division Crime Intelligence are facing. To relate this case with retaliation is, when we deal with projects, there will be a National Executive Committee of Intelligence that is dealing with that project, and no one else is allowed or is supposed to know and do anything about the project. So the accused on this case that were arrested on the 26th of June is the whole National Executive Committee of GCI Ops. Now, fast forward to the condition that one has not seen much, maybe I must add much, not at all, to say you're on bail, but you are not suspended, but don't go to work. One is associating that with the main purpose of, because going to work, it means you are going to continue working on the GCI Ops. So you are not allowed to go to work to do your work. You can do something else, but not the work. So I'll point only on that point when I try to summarize these cases, especially the one that I'm not supposed even to talk that much on it, because I have interest, or I'm part of it. Then the other cases we have referred to during my testimony, the attempts we saw from the WhatsApp chats, the attempts to open cases through IPID. We saw another case of false information about the Rolex watch. So there's been lots of cases, and the 3 cases that were opened around Orlando against the team, and another one, the kidnapping, opened and registered as a victim by one of the targets from our side that we have been referring to, a ballistic expert. So with all those, the common denominator of information is there is a coordinated effort of destabilizing the GCI Ops by then opening these fake cases against the team management and members as part of retaliation.
The
Thank
one
you.
question I had, sorry, is paragraph 190.4. What does that case in the Eastern Cape have to do with the PKTT or activities of the GCI Ops or Molefe and Madlanga cases. So how is it linked to any attempt to disrupt what you are doing in relation to those cases?
Thank you, Commissioner. When we were requested or instructed to intervene in the University of Fort Hare, we sent the best of PKTT. So when we had to get the support from PKTT in the GCI Ops, we took the same best. So we rediverted the same best from Eastern Cape to Gauteng. Now, the activities that happened in the Eastern Cape will always then have something that can assist someone who wants to come up with false charges against the members of the PKTT stroke GCI Ops.
Sorry, let me understand this. You're saying the secondment in November 2024 to Gauteng, you also took people from the Eastern Cape?
Yes, Commissioner.
General, let me take you to paragraph 186. And that's the paragraph concerning the appointment of Brigadier Mukwele, who used to work for BMW before her appointment. Am I correct that she was appointed directly from BMW
That is correct.
to be a brigadier in SAPS?
That is correct, Commissioner.
What were the advertised requirements for the position?
We were looking for the head of our technical support services. Without detailing it that much, so as we don't expose our covert methodologies, but it's a person, firstly, who's qualified in mechatronics, a person who can combine both mechanical engineering and electronical engineering to suit our covert activities needs. So those people are normally found then in these environments like BMW or Ford or because they are doing both electronical and mechanical engineering, or qualified, and they have experience.
Was she based at the manufacturing plant, not at a dealership?
I cannot be able to be quite sure in terms of the separation, but what I know is she was a supervisor of technicians that are doing mechanical and electronic work in the manufacturing part of the car.
And so do you say that she met the advertised requirements?
According to us as the panel that recommended her as candidate number one, she did meet all the requirements.
Thank you, General.
General, I had a question on this, which is the appointment was made from someone outside of the SAPS into the SAPS, and the appointee was given the status of a brigadier, which is, as I understand it from the rankings, fairly senior. And would it be, can you explain how somebody from outside of the police service with no experience in policing would be brought into the service and given a fairly senior rank from the outset?
Yes. No, thank you, Commissioners. I won't be long on that. I'll first refer to my response when the Commissioner asked as to what were we looking for. we were looking for a qualified mechatronics person, not a police officer like me. My experience and qualifications were irrelevant to the post. So we first advertised the post internally, and then the process moved on until the panel by then could not find a suitable candidate, which is a policy within SAPS. And then that panel recommended for the post to be advertised externally, so as then we can get people that are qualified for the work that for the person that you are looking for. That's how then, once the post is externally advertised, it's not only limited to brigadiers and generals. There are posts that are advertised on newspapers of a qualified Reverend Muruti. And those people then, because we are not Barutis, police officers, then a Muruti who's qualified and registered with a particular Baruti organization then will apply and qualify, come in and be given that rank that was advertised. So in the police, it's not something that does not happen. We have a lot of senior officers that came in from the level of a brigadier. Some, they came in from a level of a major general. Not, or maybe let me make one example, the living example. The current divisional commissioner at the level of a lieutenant general, who is a lieutenant general, is from the National Treasurer Department. 2 years ago was appointed by SAPS as a divisional commissioner, who is a lieutenant general. It's another fresh example that we can see, because SAPS was looking for particular qualifications and experience that SAPS could not find within SAPS.
So the Lieutenant General you are referring to had no policing background whatsoever?
Not at all. He was, I think, after 2 years of being employed, he was then sent to a basic police training, which is normally not for like a full period, because you are called a lateral entry level and you are a senior officer. So you will just go there and get the basics, so as you are able to know how to salute.
So this post was advertised at the level of a brigadier?
Of a brigadier, yes.
General, just one question about the bail issue. Your bail condition is that you may not go to the office. Do your bail conditions prohibit you from speaking to members of the intelligence division of crime intelligence?
I was hoping that I won't
I'm not
get so
asking you to
many
explain in full.
questions.
I'm not asking you to give an explanation. I just want to know whether your bail conditions include that you may not speak to employees.
No,
in the division.
it does not, Commissioner. Talk to speaking.
Yes.
The only condition is we must not go to our offices to do our crime intelligence work.
Yes.
We can do whatever other work as long as it's not crime intelligence.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, General, please, can I take you to page 77?
Please. Yes.
And I think that Let me do this now. Okay. Sorry, Commissioners. You will recall yesterday there was a request for CJC 32.1, which is proof of ownership of a particular vehicle. May I please hand it up for the record? Oh. It's fine. Thank you, Chair. All right, so page 77, this is what I propose should happen now. I think you should read, this is your conclusion. Can I ask you to read into the record paragraphs 192 to 194, which is your conclusion?
Thank you, Commissioners. In conclusion, from paragraph 192, reading it on record, it is clear that up until the operations conducted on the 6th of December, neither the Minister of Police, the Minister Mchunu, nor Lieutenant General Spear expressed any concern on issues with the functioning and existence of PKTT. There was no indication of dissatisfaction or objection regarding the team's activities or mandate. However, following these events of the 6th of December, there has been a marked and coordinated effort to dismantle PKTT, seemingly without any consideration of the ongoing investigations, active court proceedings, or adherence to established legal requirements. This abrupt change instead suggests that actions taken by the PKT during the 6th of December operations triggered a targeted campaign to undermine and ultimately disband the team, regardless of the broader implications for justice and the due process.
General, before 31 December 2024, were you aware of any attempts to disband the PKTT?
I was never aware of any attempt or any complaint, Commissioner.
Now, I want you to explain the connection that you make between the final disbandment and the events of the 6th December 2024. You say following the events of the 6th December 2024, there has been a marked and coordinated effort to dismantle the PKTT. That, to me, suggests that from that date onwards, up to the date of the actual disbandment, there was a lot happening leading towards or suggesting that there would be a disbandment. Can you please explain that?
Thank you, Commissioner. I had prepared it in a timeline analysis format showing the dates, so as when I narrate, it talks to the question by the Commissioner. The 6th of December came up with 3 issues that are still making headlines. It was the execution of warrant of arrest against Katiso Mulife, of which we have done it more than 1 time now within this short period. And secondly, the search and questioning of Madlanga. And the other point that we did not discuss that much during my testimony is the issue of the 360,000 tender, which was there all along, but it only came out of wherever it was because of the operation of the 6th. One will take it because it was a tender, not a criminal activity. It was known somewhere, but it was not talked about. Then the operation on the 6th gave that opportunity for the tender issue also to come in the open to the public. It came through the court submissions by Madlanga on the 17th of December. And then, because we have active media, then the media then took it up until the minister called the meeting on the 24th of December for that reason, to say, hey, what's happening with this tender that is now all over the show, and it's also associated with the Tembisa Hospital fraud and corruption investigations. So that's what was also brought in by the 6th of December. So from where we are sitting, now looking at all the evidence that we have led, starting from the 6th of December, making an example on both operations, I said yesterday the minister's name is dropped because indeed by that time we looked at it as name dropping on the 6th of December. Now, the activities of from the 6th of December, going in and out of courts, cases open, sometimes against us, sometimes there is an attempt using IP. They refuse with. So the appearance of the political killings task team in the picture from the 6th makes us to be of this strong view that if the PKTT did not feature in the happenings or the events, rolling them from the 6th of December, we were not going to see a lot of activities targeting PKTT, either in the form of cases or attempted false cases against anyone who has got to do with the PKTT. That is what makes us draw that inference.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General.
Okay, so can you 193. Can you take it from 193?
Alongside the attack on the PKTT, its members have also been targeted with criminal cases, something that I've explained right now. Although these cases may eventually be dismissed, but in the present moment, they serve to distract the team members and they affect their reputation in the eyes of the public. I've made an example even of us as the NEC of the GCI Ops. How difficult is it to continue with our oversight function of such a delicate project?
You left out intimidate. In the present moment, they serve to distract, intimidate.
Intimidate the team members and their reputation in the eyes of the public. Thank you, Chair. The cumulative effect of these actions has been to create an atmosphere of uncertainty and apprehension, making it increasingly difficult for the PKTT members to carry out their duties effectively. Such tactics not only undermines the morale, but also it erodes public trust in the integrity and the purpose of the team. Last paragraph 194, I, Samuel Dumisani Kumalo, hope this statement goes a long way in assisting the Commission with the facts related to the disbandment of PKTT and provides a clear factual account of the events and motivations behind the team's disbandment. My intention is to ensure that the Commission is fully informed of the circumstances so that the truth may prevail and that the critical work of the PKTT is properly understood and considered.
Thank you, General. That brings us to the end of your evidence. I have a qualifier to that because it brings us to the end of your evidence for today. But I expect and I hope you agree, General, that you will return for further questioning at a later stage before the Commission, as there will be other questions to pose to you, particularly as other witnesses appear before the Commission.
I will always be available, Commissioners.
Thank you.
General, thank you very much for enduring sitting there and testifying longer than all the other witnesses before you. Thank you very much. Ms. Hassim, tomorrow 9:30?
Tomorrow 9:30, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.